We are going to destroy all department of anthropology, of African studies, all teachers of African history. We are going to gather all your books, Professor Murunga, sorry. All the books and essays that you have put together, we are going to burn them. We are going to put all professors and hang them. I'm sorry, you should be afraid. We are going to destroy all anthologies of African literature. And there is more. All griots, all marabouts, they are purveyors of superstition, of terrible, terrible things. And we are going to put them to death. That is his mindset. Now, this is the wife. My husband says I am primitive because I cannot play the guitar. He says my eyes are dead and I cannot read. He says my ears are blocked and cannot hear a single foreign word, that I cannot count the coin. Listen, Okol, my old friend, the ways of our ancestors are good. Their customs are solid and not hollow. They are not thin, not easily breakable. They cannot be blown away by the wind because their roots reach deep into the soil. I am challenging you. That's what I say to my class, and then they laugh. I tell them, I dare you to read this, to pick it up, and then go through the entire poem. It is enlightening. It is so enlightening. Let's move on. So this is one way I look into literary works to be able to excavate information, to be able to excavate epistemologies. I read Wole Soyinka, I read Oko Bitek, I read poems, I read Masisi Kunene, I read all these literary giants, even the non-literary, big known names. I read them because you cannot separate philosophy, from what other disciplines are doing in the continent. Is there volume? There's no. I think the volume is muted. The volume is not okay. Okay. So there's a conversation. I'm sorry, you're not able to get it, but it's just sufficient for me that you understand what I'm trying to pass across. So for those of us who have watched the Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, you understand some of the ways by which a cinematic representation of our reality, of the past, of what we are capable of the connection between our knowledge and our future, you begin to understand how, when we begin to talk of the African future, how we can begin to engage with, the possibilities. What are some of the things, some of the questions, some of the issues that are raised when you watch some of these works? Oh, okay. Have you not trained and studied? Been by my side? Now they've switched to English and I can also barely hear. So T'Challa was simply saying he was not ready for the responsibility that has been entrusted to him, that he was just not ready. But the father kept insisting that you have everything that you have within your grasp to be able to do or carry out the responsibility that has been given to you.
Attention. You have to tell me before. Do you shut down the smell?
Did you stop it?
Yes, sir. You come there. It's good enough. Saying this, how possible would the solution is what he wants to solve? It's the presentation.
You
were there. You tell me before. But you was there. This one. So let's begin to. So when we talk of Afrofuturism, we talk of the African future. How do we begin to put the questions together and connect it with some of the things that you are doing here today? How do we begin to challenge the canons? I said earlier, canons are there with frameworks of inclusion and exclusion, and even exclusion by inclusion. Some knowledges are okay and acceptable, and some are not okay and so must be rejected. That is what I'm calling the occult mindset. That there are some things, even things that have helped your forebears for many, many centuries, that canon insists that you must do away with. So from my own disciplinary experience, and I think that connects with some of our own experiences too in our trainings. How have disciplinary boundaries undermined inter and transdisciplinary creativity and innovation? My training says that I must always operate at the second order level in relation to first order discipline. So when I'm engaging with historians
or anthropologists, I must come from the perspective of an overlord. I must ask them questions. I must ask them about their epistemic claims and whether they have the right to hold those claims. So how have these inherent canons within our discipline, limited our capacity to be creative and innovative, even with the kind of questions that we ask? From our academic perspective, are we seeing far enough? Do those boundaries, those frameworks enable us to transcend, the limitation? Do they allow us? Or have we, like lost our heads in the forest of books? We have learned, on the street in Ibadan, for instance, when you go to the market, and the market women or men says you are an alakowe, the writer of books, or the one that knows books, it is not a compliment. When you get there and they see you, and they know you immediately from what you are wearing, So when you get there, they say, oh, it's an Alakowe. And then they are abusing you. They are saying you have lost your head in the forest of books, and you are not able to see properly. So in what ways have our academic training, prevented us from seeing far ahead into, how we can diagnose our problems, how we can diagnose the solution and the resolution? How? How did our training make us amenable to falling under the spell of academic and intellectual canons? We have to begin going forward with this program. To make a success of all the things that we are going to be doing, we have to ask these questions, or else at the end of 7 months, we will not have been the wiser about what we set out to do. And that is one of the essence of asking us to keep revising our proposal, to keep thinking through our methodologies, to keep seeing the correlation between the training that we have gotten and how we have been asked to move forward and beyond them. That is the essence of the canon. We have to undermine the canons. How did these canons undermine the possibility of ideological position? For about 2 or 3 years, I was the sub-dean postgraduate at the university, at the Faculty of Arts. I was in charge of about 13 departments, and representing them on the board of the postgraduate college. And the things that I have seen in terms of our methods and our methodologies are enormous and disturbing. That's why I'm using the word fetish here. Our fixation with the West, our fixation with everything that comes from the West, the ideas, the buzzwords comes from there. We're either talking about, Michelle was talking the other day about how any argument, if Foucault does not appear, it is not an argument. If you are talking and you are not talking about Roland Barthes and postmodernism and all that, you are not sophisticated. And then on the continent, we have become the producers of the raw materials. We go into the community, we gather data, and we give it to them, and they give us the theory. So when I sit on exams and on abstract, I am always asking the question, how does this African reality, in English, for instance, and apology to those who are from English, you are always quoting M.A.K. Halliday. You are always quoting systemic functional grammar. You are always quoting discourse analysis. And my question to my doctoral, the doctoral student, doctoral candidate is, how does the African reality that you want to use this theory for, how does that reality challenge the theory? How will a reality not challenge a theory that was fashioned elsewhere? How is that even possible? But you see, the usual way we deploy theoretical framework is that in chapter 2, you just give it like 3 paragraphs, and then you are done. When you get to your results in chapter 4 or chapter 5, the theory is no longer visible. It is just to satisfy the demand for theory. And so we use all those in philosophy. Based on what I said earlier, we are always exhuming the ghost of Kant. We talk about the categorical imperative. If you do not bring those names, those theories, your work is not heavy, theoretically. So that's what I mean by the fetish, that our arguments, our discourses, our theories and paradigms must always emanate from the West. We do not see how African theories correlate with the
the
African
African
reality.
reality.
Now we can keep
working
working
on
on
those
those
theories
and
and
making
making
them
them
better.
better.
So, how do we begin to rethink the colonial origin of ethnology, of ethnography, of anthropology? You know, we say we are doing ethnological research, we are doing anthropological research, without knowing, without engaging with the colonial origin of this discipline, without understanding how they emerged in the first place to study the primitive society, to study the other, and its methods and its frameworks and paradigm were developed. They developed them essentially for that purpose. And so when we take up those designs, those methods, how are we supposed to use them? How do we mediate theories and practice as the starting point for achieving a contextual knowledge of our own reality? And I'm worried, you know, when I engage with people and they say we must always separate theories and practice. You know, I was reading Cabral, and that was part of Cabral's insistence. That part of the weakness of the post-colonial African society, part of the weakness of the national liberation movement is our lack of understanding of our context. And now the context can be the starting point of our theoretical foundation. That makes sense. What role and imperative do indigenous and cultural protocols bring to the methodological discourse in the African academy? How do we deal with what somebody has called the ritual archive? How do we deal with the African library that we've been talking about? For instance, you know, you were talking about Hegel and Immanuel Kant and David Hume, who had racist opinion. Kant was sexist. Kant was racist. You know, in distinguishing between the sublime and the beautiful. It is the men that have the capacity to be sublime. Women are only limited to the level of the beautiful, and it has to do with their looks. That's all. There is nothing more for you. Can we afford to engage with this in the first place? Does their racist and sexist tendency exclude us or prevent us from engaging with them? Can we, on the basis of the racism and the sexism, you know, do away with every other thing that they have written? If not, how do we separate between the two? How do we continue to engage with Heidegger despite his support for Nazism? How do we continue to engage with Kant despite his racist and sexist tendencies? How do we continue to engage with Hegel despite never been to Africa before, but has concerned Africa to infantile primitivism? How do we continue to engage them? How do we bring, you know, that African library alive as a point of dynamic, you know, systematic, critical understanding of the African reality? You know, part of the thing that we had to engage with at the beginning is the need to repurpose and refocus the concept of the indigenous. You remember? It was the that took us through that debate. And I love it. I love the way he, you know, that Cordestra had to mediate that concept, that debate between the indigenous and the endogenous. We have to simply just repurpose it for our own sake. We can't say because, and it's the same point that I'm making about ethnology, about anthropology, about ethnography. We have to repurpose them. And that is part of the creative capacity that we are expecting from you. So we are talking about the indigenous. I love that debate about the local and the indigenous, okay? We have to simply just repurpose it. We can't throw away terms because they emanated from the West. But we must not be fixated on what the West thinks about the way we use our terms. Now, my starting point is to say, even the indigenous as an analytical term is something we must keep engaging. We cannot take it for granted. We have to keep asking questions about what this means in terms of our concept, our empirical and methodological clarification. We have to keep doing them at every point of our research. Because the more we engage with these concepts, the more they disrupt our academic complacence. And that is the essence of AFRIAK. What is the methodological framework that allows the indigenous and the modern to relate? From watching Black Panther 1, you know, that is a cinematic representation of an African, a possible African future. How does, and I deliberately gave us that clip to be able to see how our understanding from what we have watched of Wakanda, you know, and its connection with the indigenous. How the king must be connected with the past to be able to lead that country forward. So when the indigenous meets the modern, how should we mediate that meeting point? How do we connect the impulse to venerate AIKIS with the imperative to interrogate it? You know, the other day, I think it was also on the first day, the question about syncretic AIKRS was asked. How do we deal with that? And I'm coming to my brother there, Professor Sasanti. How do we connect that? So that impulse to venerate and the impulse to, you know, interrogate. And I asked, how, for instance, does Afrocentrism or Afrocentricity engage with AIKS? That, for me, is a fundamental question. If Afrocentricity enables us to center the African culture, the African experience, the African continent, how does it also enable us to come to AIKIS without just unduly venerating it? I mean, again, somebody in the court asked the question about how some of these cultures are patriarchal, true and true. How do we mediate that? How do we explain the necessity of preserving AIKIS by indigenous communities with the challenge of surviving, mediated by the global neoliberal economic agenda? How does that impact our understanding of entrepreneurship? These communities are also concerned with surviving and deploying their knowledge towards that survivor. Which is why, for instance, in AIK, African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network, we are always looking at the connection between, you know, the indigenous knowledge systems and contemporary, you know, problematics like entrepreneurship, like climate change. How do we enable these communities also, you know, to come to this entrepreneurial or survival framework by deploying the knowledge they have without decimating those knowledge for the sake of survival? Lastly, how can we combat the demonization of AIKIS, especially given the virulence of combative religious formations like Pentecostalism? You remember when the scrolls in Timbuktu, you remember that incident, Professor? The scrolls were destroyed. You remember, sir? They were destroyed. You remember the library at Alexandria. You remember how, you know, the emerging Christian tendency, fundamentalism at that period went into this library and they ransacked all the papyrus and the scroll and they destroyed them. Knowledges that have been accumulated over many, many centuries because they were considered to be demonic. They were considered to be idolatrous. How do we begin to see, you know, the survival of these knowledges given, you know, the attempt to demonize them? I sincerely hope that I've been able to say one or two things to you, and I hope that we can go forward on this point. Thank you very, very much.
Can we appreciate Prof again with the feminism clap? Okay, thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. Just a few highlights on the presentation, then I allow you to ask the questions and give comments. Actually, the gist of his presentation has been on how African thoughts can shape not only the academy, but the very ways we understand knowledge, culture, and modernity. He has challenged the dominance of Eurocentric knowledge system, the canon, by affirming the validity and richness of indigenous epistemology. He calls for an overhaul of academic and curricula to include indigenous knowledge systems and philosophies, methodologies, and even theories. The presentation also has highlighted the role of, he calls them African libraries. Yeah, talk about African libraries, where are our elders, our oral traditions, our local practitioners. Maybe when it comes to co-creation of knowledge, breaking the canons, breaking the boundaries, especially between academy and communities. He advocates for multiple epistemologies for coexistence. He talks of inclusivity, issues of inclusivity and equitable contribution to knowledge. This is an issue of knowledge justice. Then the talk points to the need for Africa-led, African-grounded knowledge ecosystems. We need African-led solutions to African problems. So how does African realities challenge the Eurocentric theories? Then he finishes by asking us how we should combat the demonization of our African indigenous knowledge. With those few highlights, I wish to open the floor. We'll begin with three questions. He responds to them, then we get another round. I'll begin with the fellows. Pressures. Then we have the gentleman at the back from Ghana. Then the gentleman from South Africa. I think I can know where you come from. Yeah, I can receive the three questions.
Good morning. My name is Precious Wapuha from Kenya. Thank you, Prof, for the exemplary presentation on indigenous philosophy in the context of Africa. I have a question for you, Prof. As an Afrocentric scholar, do you think we ought to reimagine the Eurocentric paradigms such as pragmatism, positivism, interpretivism? Maybe there is a space for us to have our own kind of paradigm that is context specific to Africa. Thank you.
Gentleman from at the back. Gentleman.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for the handbook. I am particularly a big fan of it. So, yeah. So I want to flag somebody who's not in the room, and I like that in spaces like this and in academia you get to gossip about people and not feel bad. So I wanted to raise Olufemi Taiwo and his campaign against decolonization. For the record, I completely disagree with him, and I got a chance to put a question to him when he delivered the Wilhelm Amu lecture at AFRIAK University. And I think that he oversimplifies the African agency question and almost completely ignores the asymmetrical power relations that have for many years created the kind of imbalances that we have. But notwithstanding, he still raises some very fundamental points about modernity, which you also talked about, and how that relates to the issues of decolonization. So on that, I am interested to hear your own thoughts on how we can effectively deal with the very important elements or issues or charge that decolonization places upon us, while also appreciating the reality of the modern world today. So take for example, Kwesi Redu's views on decolonization in respect to the political and how we organize our governments. He talks about democracy by consensus, and then relates that with the Akan political system, where he talks about the three parties. But at the end of the day, he wants something that almost looks like the Chinese model, of course, with some variations. My challenge with that is it assumes and almost rely a lot on the goodwill of people, right? And I think that we will be mistaken to assume that our African people among ourselves, I mean, I look at my own country, and yesterday I was discussing with some colleagues, and I look at our neighbors like Cameroon, I look at many other places, and I cannot believe that we can simply rely on that kind of view without appreciating the context that we find ourselves in. So I'm interested really to hear your thoughts on how to take something from somebody like Olufemi Taiwo and then juxtapose that against somebody like Redu to find something that addresses the more pragmatic questions that we are dealing with in the contemporary world. Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Good morning. Harry Kapatika from South Africa, the University of Johannesburg. Thank you so much, Prof, for such an amazing lecture and presentation on the intersection between African philosophy and indigenous knowledge. One of my questions and concerns is about the nature of African people as historical beings. We tend to replicate that which we know in the past. And because colonialism is our port of call in terms of the most recent historical experience, what often tends to happen in terms of the methodological approaches in anthropology, ethnology, etc., is this reproduction of the native informant. I want to know, how can we circumnavigate these problems, and what methods should we apply in circumnavigating these problems? Another question that comes to mind is also this issue of marginalization of knowledges as well as the erasure of knowledge systems. In regards to indigenous knowledge, as we understand it today, indigenous knowledge is endangered. It's endangered and oftentimes it's extinct. If it's not extinct, it has gone extinct. One of the present contexts in which this is occurring is in Sudan with the National Archives of Sudan and what has happened there. It's always interesting to me that when we talk about syncretic knowledges, we assume that people have a great depth of understanding of the systems which they say they are syncretizing. If one has read their Bible, one would know that Tahaka is one of the only kings that are mentioned in the biblical framework, and that is a Cushite king. And the importance of me to make the statement is that this was the only statue that was left behind, because it was a 15-ton statue. The RSF in Sudan could not physically remove it. And we always make the statement that if the Europeans could remove the pyramids out of Egypt and take them to Europe, they would have done so. Today, we are seeing Africans behaving in the same manner because of these syncretized belief systems. So how do we get around some of these problems where we start to reproduce the same kind of colonial mentalities that you have mentioned in terms of the different kinds of mentalities that exist within the African epistemic context? Thank you.
And when I come back for another set of questions, I'll go by Mushai, like 3 sentences per question.
Thank you very much. Brilliant questions, and there's a whole lot of things that I totally agree with. Even though, again, philosophy is always in the questioning of the nuances, and that is where, for instance, the question from Precious. You see, the issue is not to abandon these theories and paradigms. We must be able to make a distinction between a theory or a paradigm that emanates from Europe or North America and Eurocentric theories, and paradigms. We have to be able to make that distinction, you know, theories and practices that have been developed to further the objective of Europe, like the colonial theories, like Levi-Bruce's primitive mentality paradigm, you know, and all that. There is nothing. You know, we have this, and I'm sure Kapatika will remember, we have this discourse about the significance of Father Placide Tempel. What is the significance of Father Placide Tempel? Was a Belgian missionary who wrote the book Bantu Philosophy. And many African philosophers have taken up that book as the validation that Africans have philosophy. We needed a Belgian missionary to be able to tell us, to be able to validate the argument that we had
a philosophical basis.
But it was not clear to us that he had a purpose. Father Tempel had a purpose for writing that book. Remember that the missionaries preceded the colonialists, you know, and the objective of the missionary is to prepare the soul of Africans for the civilizing mission. And that was the essence. Father Tempel was simply telling the European colonialists that if you want to make a success of the colonial enterprise, if you want to adequately civilize these natives, this primitive, you have to first of all understand their philosophy. So we have to be very careful. How do we come to that kind of work? And how do we come, for instance, to, you know, works that are also subversive? If I'm reading Caesar, if I'm reading Richard Rorty, if I'm reading the Pragmatists, how am I supposed to read them in a way that will also enable me to come to an understanding of my African reality? We have to have that balance. And I think that also brings me to the question, your question. The beauty of the contemporary African philosophical discourse now is exactly what you have presented. You know, part of my reading, the materials that I had to read in African philosophy is that brilliant debate between Wiredu and Bedu on the concept of Nokware. Truth. What does truth mean within the Akan context? And both of them were at it for, you know, over and over again. Both are Akan, and both have not come to the understanding of what Nokware means in terms of, you know, how the Akan people use it. So within that context, I think it is a very good thing that Wiredu can write about consensual democracy, and somebody like Chukwudieze can contest it. I have also read, you know, Democracy as Consensus. And I find it, I'm trying to choose my words. I find it, you know, but you see, the diagnosis is correct. Nigeria's democracy, let's put that in quotes, is one of the most exorbitant in the world now. You know, and we are not doing anything about it because we have just swallowed liberal democracy without engaging with it. So the best that I can say to you in this wise, I disagree with Olufemi Taiwo. You know, I mean, he's my senior. We have talked about it. I have the book that is pending review. I disagree, but we must also take him seriously. Let's make a distinction that he made between decolonization 1 and decolonization 2, between that historical necessity to decolonize, to you know, engage with all these structures and all that, and these decolonial movements. You know, we have to, now you have to decolonize everything, including possibly my bedroom or my kitchen. We are decolonizing. We have now made it. we have now made it a term that is almost becoming bereft of significance because we want to decolonize everything. And the point, and I'm putting that back to you, the point Olufemi Taiwo is making is should we decolonize something?
And that takes me back to the question of pressures.
Should we decolonize a term, a concept, simply because it emanated from the West? Is it not up to us, our creative intellectual capacity, to be able to see the utility of a term and then find a way to deploy it? Is that not the same thing that we are saying about the term indigenous? That's what we are saying. So you see, that blend, yes, you can disagree with Olufemi Taiwo, but you must also take seriously what he's saying. He's simply saying that we are stretching the elasticity of that concept of decolonization is getting to a level of incomprehensibility. Yeah, Kapatika, you have to tell me the meaning of that name. I might not have the facility for language that Professor Santi
had, but I'm always interested in the root meaning
of what. And that speaks to us. It speaks to us because when we do philology and etymology, it opens up to a wide array of terms. So somebody, a friend of mine in the Institute of African Studies, is from Badagry in Nigeria. And then he tells me that a man. He tells me that anytime he's returning home to the village, there is a woman who always addresses him as my mother. And I've never had the opportunity to go back to him to say, what does it mean to address a man as my mother? What does it mean? When we take feminism in French, does it give us the same thing as when we just say feminism in English? I don't know, pardon me. Is feminisme? Is that something like that? Is it the same? Does it yield the same conceptual understanding when we translate it across terms? Now, part of the issue is the questions that I generated. We cannot be complacent with our theoretical methodological inheritance. I know so many, and it's unfortunate really. I know, maybe I should connect this with the challenge of surviving within the post-colonial academy, because we have to survive. And in surviving, we do a whole lot of things. So it becomes so easy for somebody to become an agent and a research agent to somebody abroad. So the person says, which is where Codesra is doing something beautiful. Honestly, that the politics of publishing, for instance, the politics of putting what you have written behind a paywall and asking that somebody has to pay for it before you can access that knowledge. We have to combat it. And so because we need to survive, an anthropology scholar in the West can engage me, promise to pay me $2,000 that is the summation of my maybe 6 months, 8 months salary. You know, what do you think I would do? I will not think of the ideology of research methodology at that point. I will likely not think about it. So we have to tie that survivalist tendency, you know, with the need to keep reinventing and you know, the term, the native informant is key to every one of us in this room. That when you are stepping into the epistemic community, the indigenous communities, the knowledge holders there are not native informants. Which is everything that we've been saying about this extractive methodology that we are kicking against. I hope that I've been able to answer a bit of some of those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Because there are many people who want to ask questions, I'll just allow one question per person and 3 sentences per question. So I'll take 3 more. The lady from Uganda.
Oh.
Then at the back, there's a gentleman in the middle. Then the people who are behind this pillar. You know, I'm a teacher and a teacher scans the classroom. So I'm scanning. Yes, we need someone there. Let me pick the 3. Then we begin again. We start with the lady. Yes, okay, thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Namakula Flavia. I'm from Uganda. Prof, we appreciate the beautiful knowledge you have given us this early morning. From refocusing and repurposing the indignancy, what is your say of the educational implications of applying the complexity approach to indigenous knowledge system? And don't you think we need new ways of understanding complex system and complexity theories? Thank you so much.
Bonjour à tout le monde, c'est Issa Diouf du Sénégal. Bon, je voulais savoir comment investir des terrains complexes comme ceux d'Afrique sans tomber dans une vision eurocentrée ni afrocentrée, encore moins dans une victimisme à l'ère du 21e siècle. Merci.
Yes, the gentleman behind the pillar.
Good morning to you all. Yes. Good morning to you all. Firstly, I want to thank the professor for presenting this about our culture and heritage. But I have one question that can be very simple. So if the West writes the history and we as Africans feel it's the truth, who really owns the power of African imagination?
Okay, thank you. Prof, you can respond to the 3, then we pick another set.
I am tempted to ask Professor Sasanti to come help me answer the questions. I really am tempted. I like that question about how we can deploy Afrocentricity as a vision for Africa in the 21st century. And I think it's a very significant question because almost everything African is being queried today. We are talking about whether Pan-Africanism is still useful. We are not looking at the significance of what Kwame Nkrumah and the rest of them did in trying to bring Africa together, especially in the face of the terrible neoliberal agenda, the subscription of many African states to the Washington Consensus that tells them to privatize and liberalize and emasculate states and take it away from, subsidizing the betterment of the life of the people. We are not seeing all those things. So I think it's a very mute point to ask about the significance of the Afrocentric vision, because at the core of it, like we've said, at the core of that vision is how do we make the lives of Africans better within the context of their own reality? How do we begin to deploy what we know, our political paradigms, our economic paradigms? How do we begin to deploy them, for making sense of not only the past, but the present and the future of the African continent? So, but when we begin to talk about making it programmatic, that's a different thing. And the first challenge that I think we are going to face is the disturbing anti-intellectualism of the African leadership. So the Academic Staff Union of University in Nigeria now is getting ready to go on strike again. Chidima, you already read about that. We, unfortunately, have always been at loggerheads with ASU. And I'm making attempt to tell them to stop taking my dues every month, because I disagree with some of us. So, but that is a different story. So we are at loggerheads. The government that could take away history from the curriculum, the government that is not serious about civic education for the populace, is not the government that is going to take seriously the entrenchments or the integration of indigenous knowledge into the system, which is what Dr. Santa was saying the other day in terms of how long it takes and the processes that are usually put in place to integrate policy into practice. It takes a long time because you have so many things that, so the government is separated from intellectual. The government is separated from the Afrocentric vision that Afrocentricity is pushing. It's separated. And so not to discourage us, we can, like we've been told, we can only do the best that we can. We can only begin to lay the foundation. Maybe one day we will have within our midst people like the doctor who have one leg in academy and another leg in governments, who will have enormous influence to be able to push or open the ears of government to some of the things, some of the knowledge and results that we are producing. Be sure that with Codestra, these results are not going to go to waste. So that would be my response to that beautiful question that you asked. I'm not sure whether that question does not also attend to what Flavia asked. I'm not sure I got that question. How do we integrate something into the educational implication of, I'm not sure I got that question right. Maybe we can talk about it later. Who holds the power of the African imagination? Africans. Africans. It is up to us to reimagine the future. But again, we are ceding this right to the Bretton Woods institution. We are ceding it to IMF.
We are ceding it to the World Bank. We are ceding it to so.
And this is funny to me. You want to do an African summit, and you do it in France. You want to do African summits, and you do it in Washington. African summit. So any president that comes into power in Africa, you are always looking for an inroad into the White House. And so we dislocate our relevance to the West. And so that makes it possible that they tell us what they need us to do. They give us, you know, the politics of hate, you know, and grants and all that. Once we give you this,
we tell you what you have to do. It was the similar thing that the fathers of
African cinema then, Ousmane Sembene and the rest of them confronted. The Goethe Institute will have to look at your script and tell you the parts to remove and the parts to include, because the Goethe Institute is the one that is going to pay for the production of the film. And somebody as nationalist as Sembene was faced with that. No African person should be made to go through that kind of dilemma. That I want to tell a story about my people, but these people who are going to give me money are telling me. So I am taking the word imagination seriously in terms of what we are able to write, what we are able to show cinematically, what we are able to sing about. I am taking it very seriously. And I'm saying it is up to us to be able to begin to craft and recraft what we are calling the African imagination. Our future, the future of our children, depends on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 3 more. Our slogan, 3 sentences, 1 question. Priscilla? Mushai? There's a gentleman right at the back. I'll begin from the front desk. Priscilla. Here. Microphone. There. Here.
Thank you, Professor, for your very excellent presentation. Every day I'm learning new words, epistemology, this, whatever. And you said people should not say native informant. So for the fellows not to fall into pitfalls of saying these are native informants. In medical research, we have like key informants and to get information from. Then we meet communities which are suffering from what we call research fatigue. People have gone there to that community, so they sort of reproduce what they have been saying all the time. So how do we rephrase this term native informant so that we can get the truth from the communities where they are going to face? Thank you.
Thank you for a really wonderful presentation. So a lot of the proposals, you would find either the term decolonial or decolonization, and often they were being used interchangeably. And sometimes they were being used to suggest decolonization and decolonial are 2 different things. I wonder if you could speak to those two terms so that we have some clarity. Thank you.
At the back, there was a hand right at the back, behind the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uchiri. Thank you so much, Prof, for that particular presentation. I really loved and enjoyed everything you said. But this is my question. When we try to integrate indigenous knowledge into academic canon, we often have to translate it into Western academic language. And in doing so, sometimes essential parts of the main interpretation of what we're trying to depict is being lost. And this will further like strip of the relational or spiritual dimension, or the essence why this particular stuff, or those ideologies and languages, or whatever knowledge we're trying to push out there, the whole essence of it is being defeated. So my question is, how do we do this without losing the essence and the structure that they are meant to be recognized for in African society?
You can respond to this.
Again, another set of brilliant questions. Let me start with the last. Thank you very much. I know that one of the things, the protocols that we have insisted, or that we are insisting on in African studies, is to run away from linguistic equivalences. You cannot think that a word in your language must have an equivalence, one-to-one equivalence in another language. That becomes very dangerous. So when we say God, Yahweh, Olodumare, do they mean the same thing? The Yoruba, for instance, we say, Olodumare funra rẹ̀ ò gbọ́n tó. In other words, even Olodumare, note that I didn't say even God. Even Olodumare is not wise enough. To be able to understand that statement, you have to enter into Yoruba spirituality. You have to understand Yoruba cosmology to know that Olodumare is not omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. No. In terms of wisdom, Olodumare consults Orunmila, who is in charge of wisdom. Do you begin to see? In terms of the management of the universe, Olodumare is not the one that created the universe by fiat. Let there be light, and there was light. Let the water separate from the land, and he said, no. It was a joint effort between Olodumare, Obatala, and Eshu. So we say Eshu, which again has been translated into Satan or the devil. You know, so when you are interpreting in church and your pastor says Satan, you automatically, if it's a Yoruba church, you say it's Eshu. And yet Eshu serves a significant cosmological purpose for the Yoruba. Eshu holds the two sides of the universe in balance, or else they collapse into chaos. So we have to be very, very careful, and that's why I love that question. We have to be very, very careful about, again, and I think we raised that issue earlier, the significance of language in African indigenous knowledge system. Language encodes these systems. So if we are not careful about the way we do this, then a whole lot will be lost. So we insist, for instance, in African study, when I'm looking at thesis, you know, doctoral thesis, and I see all this, I insist, use the word. If we are talking about Orisha, don't interpret Orisha as divinities or deities. Because once you interpret them as divinities or deities, you are importing a whole lot of theoretical assumptions that will not support your understanding of the Orisha. Do you begin to have a sense of it now? So it's a very significant that the language we use to report our finding is very important, and we must take it as very important. Mishai, thank you for that question. Which is why, again, to come back to you, Olufemi Taiwo says we must look at decolonization in one sense and in another sense. The first sense is that historical thing, you know, that Africa or African states had to gain political independence. That was what Kwame Nkrumah said. Seek ye first the political kingdom, and every other thing will be added to you. We have to first of all do that. We have to engage with structures, you know, of subjugations and oppressions. We have to engage with all those, you know, the infrastructural means by which our mind were colonized in terms of religion, in terms of the educational system that reduced your language, your mother tongue, to vernacular. We have to first of all deal with all those. We have to look at the virulence of the border. You know, in Seme, I think, you have Nigerians on this side, and it's just a road. These are just lines, you know. But on the other hand, we have to deal with what is called the coloniality, the persistence of the colonial framework, colonial mentality, you know, within the context. The colonialists did not live willingly. They left and placed landmines all over the place. And one of it is the issue of language that we're talking about. Another is the issue of our formal academic framework that I mentioned. And how all these predispose us to thinking in a particular way. And that should make you remember the radical, the rebellious activism of Ngugi wa Thiong'o at is it Makerere?
No, it's not Makerere, it's Dar es Salaam.
You know, questioning the canon of the English departments. Nairobi, questioning the canon. So you train, undergraduates to read Shakespeare, to read Dresden, to read, Ben Jonson, to read all those people without anything. It was similar to how I was trained to. So that but the question now is, when we say we are decolonizing, what should be the methodological framework that should guide our attempt to decolonize? That was why I was trying to give us a sense of how banal it could be when I was talking about decolonizing my bedroom. It gets to that level, which is not to say that the decolonizing movement is not significant. Oh, it is. It is, because coloniality is still the basis by which we operate on the continent, which is why the framework of the epistemology of the South is also very significant. What is the shared colonial experience between, Latin American countries, Asian countries, and African countries? And how do we begin to, undermine that epistemological injustice, that undermine our way of knowing, our way of seeing, our way of thinking, in favor of, the Western way. So decolonization has a historical dimension. Decolonizing has a contemporary, more epistemological dimension that we have to put into consideration. And that is the distinction that I'm making in this case, that even when we see the imperative of decolonizing, Olufemi Taiwo is saying we have to pay attention to its strengths and its limitation, so that we don't keep decolonizing everything, even those things that we can legitimately learn from others, from other cultures, that could enable us to continue to reconceive or reimagine our future. Priscilla, thank you very much. My short answer to that question is, we do away with the notion and the concept of the native informants. It's not useful. It's not useful. Because the native informer was somebody, even the concept of the native is by itself pejorative. I mean, the native is somebody who is primitive, who is not knowledgeable, who is barbaric, a savage, and so we do not need that type. But you see, within this context of AFRIAK, we are talking about co-production. I am sure that is coming from that perspective. You are not going there to see the knowledge holders. That's why we call them knowledge holders. You are not going to them to extract. That's not what you are going to do. You are going with a sense of epistemic humility that you do not know enough. And I also, there was a time I was registering 100-level students in my department, and I made it a point of duty to ask them about the meaning of their names. And I tell you, about 90% of them do not have a sense of what their names mean. I mean, I'm talking about those who had indigenous names. Of course, a whole lot is, English names, biblical name, Pentecostal name, yes. But those, even Pentecostal names, they have no sense. And they will say it with a smile. Oh, sir, I don't know what my name means. And then for some of them, I will say, okay, I'm not going to register you. Call your daddy or call your mommy. And then, oh, daddy, my lecturer says I should ask you what my name means. It wasn't funny. And then daddy will say, well, your name means, and then I asked the person, so you know the meaning now? He said, yes. I said, that's good for you. So We are talking about co-production. You are going into those communities to also learn, to allow the knowledge holders, because they are epistemic community, as we have said, you are going to learn, but you must go there with epistemic and methodological humility. And then there's also a dimension of integrity. Oh, I understand that on the idea of there's a way you put it now. The weariness, fatigue. I understand it. I understand how you can see it within your house and just produce data. You know, I understand how AI makes it possible now to just begin to generate a whole lot of data. So that is where we are also asking you for a level of integrity. That for that 1 month that you are going to be situated within this epistemic community, this indigenous community, that you will find it adventuresome, that you will find it, interesting, that you will be curious sufficiently to go in with them. I can't remember somebody who, I think it was Professor Sise, who was talking about, drinking water. I don't know. I don't know how you are going to, I served in Adamawa State in Nigeria, the northeastern part. And the first night I was in the village, they gave me this white soup. Oh no. But I understood immediately that it was a test. It was a test. And I was going to spend 1 year NYSC in that space. And my head immediately calculated, if I take that soup and I am in trouble. So I put the soup, the first spoon in my mouth, and my face dissolved into smile. And I was shaking my head and saying, wow, this is good. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. But it gave me a leeway into that community. And I came to love the masara and the tuwo shinkafa and the soup. I came to love it eventually. So there's a level of integrity that is also needed to say that the data you are collecting is the data you are collecting. Thank you very much.
A very interesting session, and we have close to 15 minutes to go. So I'm just two questions and two comments for Prof. Then we close it. Raise your hand up. The gentleman in yellow. Question or comment? Question. The gentleman in a black suit. Yes. Question or comment? Question. Any other two people with comments? I'm avoiding the hands of the people who had already spoken. Gender balance. Monica? Yes. Question or comment? Monica, is it question or comment? A comment. Any other hand for a comment? If you don't have a comment, I can take one more for a question. Around this place, around the front desk, from Mary coming this side. I want to be inclusive. I don't want to leave anyone behind. Nobody? The gentleman from Ghana is really burning. Yeah. I give you a chance. So where do we begin? Where is the microphone? Yes, we begin from there. Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci professeur pour cet exposé. C'est Cheikh Diop du Sénégal. Ma question est la suivante. Comment la pensée africaine peut-elle dialoguer avec la modernité sans se renier ni se laisser aborder par la pensée dominante? Autrement dit, comment être moderne sans cesser d'être africain? Merci beaucoup.
That's the problem of flashing. I don't know if it's not going to.
It is flashing until now.
Next hand. There are two hands this side.
Thank you very much. I'm Jibril from Sierra Leone. Thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. My question is, how does philosophy contribute to the discursive formation or discursive closure of Africa indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsileputa. I'm from South Africa. Mine is just a comment based on Prof's presentation. But what really captured me was when decoloniality and decolonization were explained. And this comment actually stems from what I commented about when we started this workshop last week, when we said, since we are looking at decolonization and methodologies in indigenous research, also maybe Prof can further elaborate, if he's still here with us, on actually methodologies that are relevant for ICAS research in order for us to decolonize how we've been doing research, especially because we are yet to conduct research with indigenous communities. And since people are from different schools of thought, I believe that people know what they know based on their field of expertise. So as we speak of decolonization and methodologies appropriate for indigenous research, can we have clarity on what he understands of that, and also a workshop from Codestra on how to actually decolonize our research when we begin this journey? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sorry for the troubles. But so, yeah, so about the bit about the threat of essentialism when it comes to the use of decolonization, I think that even the challenge that Taiwo has been in part addressed by Redu when he defines that as saying that decolonization means divesting Africa of undue influences of, foreigners. In this case, even China, for instance, can fit in that category in terms of extractives in a place like Ghana. But my question then is, given that we seem to have moved into a very woke world today, where the challenges that decolonization must confront are beyond the very obvious, clear, explicit racist issues, how might one deal with the rather convoluted, sometimes very woke, very unclear issues that still require decolonization? And I think that's where a lot of us in the contemporary space today are grappling with. We don't really know which one is bad and which one is not. MasterCard is funding all of this, but we also know where they are from. And those kinds of things often bring some contestations in our head. So if you can get some examples of modern day, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you once again. All these questions are making my head buzz. And it's so good because we are all really learning. The first question, there was a point I was asking this exact question, and in some of my publications, I was asking, how can we be African and modern? I was asking that exact same question. And that question has led me into, for instance, my first edited book on Nollywood, in terms of some of the films that African filmmakers or Nigerian filmmakers have been able to make. It has led me to my current study of Afrobeats, in terms of how it enables us to mediate that distinction. When you think about it, is that a fundamental question? Should there be a distinction between being African and being modern? Should that distinction be made? It goes to the heart of what does it mean to be, how do we begin to conceive of African modernity? And again, it takes its cue from the African library that we are talking about. So we cannot distinguish between being African and being modern in the context that we have found ourselves now, because we must be African and be modern simultaneously. And that is where the challenge of some of the questions that we've been engaging comes from. We have to find a way of mediating, the African in the modern. Again, there was an essay, and I asked the question, is modernism single and universal? I've asked that question in one of my research. Is modernity single and universal? And that question comes from the perspective of, the Eurocentric discourse that sees modernity as emanating from the West and then spreading to the rest of the world, which makes it a single and singular phenomenon that all of us must copy from. It is also the same basis of the W.W. Rosto's, trickle-down economics. It is also the basis of that sad and funny distinction between the traditional and the modern. So African societies are traditional, European, North American society are modern, and so we must follow them, or we must be grateful for all the crumbs, economic policy, political, which is why you can think of importing democracy to Africa. But once we begin to rethink some of these binaries, very, very injurious binaries, then we begin to see that even the question, and that's part of the point I was making, even the questions that we ask will have to change. Oh, I think it was also, I don't know who raised that point. I think it was the ES, that tradition, I'm not sure, or is Professor tradition is not traditionalism. Again, there's that distinction. Tradition is always in the process of morphing, of changing. The Yoruba, we call it Olaju, the opening of the eyes to see. So we have to be very careful about that question. How can we be modern? And that takes me to the issue of the relevant methodology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Part of the question that I raised there is to say, and I think Codesra is going to take that issue of, I think we already mentioned it, the issue of a workshop, in terms of once we are going into these communities, how do we begin to engage them? The first point of call is that the essence of co-production. We cannot underestimate it. That's number one. Number two, it is that we are still going to keep using our ethnological and ethnographic methodology. It's just that we have to be very careful. One of the ways to be careful is to ask the cultural protocols of these communities. What roles do they play in the quantitative and qualitative method that I am bringing? You cannot do research within those contexts without taking into consideration their own cultural protocols. But again, there is also a problem there. And one of the problems is if you, as a female researcher, have to engage with a predominantly male or a predominantly patriarchal community that will not allow you to speak, you have to be able to mediate that too. So these are ways, I think, that we begin to come to our research methodology and how that research methodology will become very useful within the context that are not used, a context that have witnessed extractive, means of contexts that have hitherto been seen as, just a place where we can discard their worldview, we can discard their cosmologies, we can discard their protocols, and just impose our own methodologies on them, and then we just get away with it. So there's a level of that carefulness, of cautiousness that is required. I'm not sure I've answered that question very well. Conceptual decolonization. Oh, I have deployed that terms, and I'm thinking that it is also very useful in terms of our methodology. You know, Wiredu and Ngugi wa Thiong'o both are one in terms of how colonialism has decimated our mental capacity, and how we must start at the level of concepts and methodology. These are the means by which we reorient and we rethink our world. Our world, our reality stands on the concepts that we deploy. Without those concepts, we are lost. But now imagine that those concepts have been supplanted by foreign concepts. Wiredu is not towing, or is not towing the linguistic traditionalism of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Wiredu is saying, well, maybe like Chinua Achebe, we have been given these concepts, but we have to find a way of using it in ways that will not cloud our conceptual imagination. We have to find a way. You know, as an undergraduate taking an elective course in political science, my lecturer says, I must go to my village and ask the elders the concept of mind. Some of them thought I was crazy. Is this what you go to the university to go and learn? You know, you are coming to ask me, what is the mind? Do you have a mind? And I got so many funny, but I was also enlightened. Because if, as students of philosophy, we are asked what is the mind, our normal response will be the Cartesian binary between the body and the mind. The body is, you know, tangible and all that. The mind is intangible, you know, and all, and you know, unthinkingly, because that is our colonial, our conceptual inheritance, we simply just regurgitate it. But once you translate the mind as possibly Okan for the Yoruba people, you begin to have funny conceptual understanding that is not open to Descartes. So I agree with you, yes. But in terms of the challenges of decolonization, my short, maybe inadequate answer to that will be, once we begin to center the African world, once we begin to center Africa itself, and we are not necessarily fixated on woke ideologies. We are starting from here, and then we are moving out. And that is the point of, you know, all our Afrocentric heroes, Afrocentric scholars, and all that. Once we are able to start here, it enables us to mediate a whole lot of difficulties in terms of concept, in terms of methodologies, in terms of how we are supposed to proceed. That, for me, will be a very good starting point. That for us to move forward, it must be from a perspective. If we are lost in the world and we are not marooned anywhere, then there's a possibility that we are just tossed to and fro, and there is nowhere to start from. I think that was even part of the point that we begin to get in terms of, maybe, I'm afraid to make that, to raise that, Afropolitanism. That's one concept I'm very afraid of, you know, but I'm sure you get my point. Even the Afropolitans are not, which is why Wainana, I always find it difficult to pronounce the second name, yes, says clearly in an essay, I am not an Afropolitan. And I love that essay. He says, I am not an Afropolitan, I am an Afrocentric scholar. Because there are two, they mean two different things. You know, I have read that article over and over and over again, because you see, again, there is that tendency that we hear Afropolitanism and then we begin to run with it, you know, without grounding it in our context. And that was what Wainana did. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm very grateful for your comments and for your questions. They will enable me to just keep thinking about some of these things.
Okay, thank you very much. I wish to take this opportunity to thank Professor for the insightful lecture, to thank you. You've been a very active audience, and to thank Podestria for allowing me to chair this session. Thank you very much. Merci. Asante sana, Murio muno mwesi. Back to the program director.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Encore un gros remerciement. Je vous invite à les applaudir encore une fois. C'est l'heure de la pause café. Et donc, c'est aussi l'heure de savoir quel groupe va passer après la pause café. Après la pause café, les présentations de groupe vont être facilitées par l'ami, le frère Jacques. Et donc, je vais lui donner l'opportunité de choisir un nombre parmi les groupes restants qui vont passer. Hier, nous avons eu les groupes 10, 7, 6 et 1. Donc, en dehors de ces 4 groupes, tu as le choix entre 1 et 17 pour nous dire quel groupe va passer. Tu prends quel chiffre? Entre 1 et 17. Non, 1 est déjà passé. On a eu 1, 6, 7 et 10. So, groupe 17. Deuxième groupe qui va passer. Sept plus 1. Non, 7 plus 1. So, on a le groupe 17 et le groupe 8 qui passent après la pause café. Donc, si vous avez des choses à projeter, je vous prie de vouloir remettre cela à Bassirou. Une dernière chose, s'il vous plaît, very important, je vous prie de revenir à l'heure ici, OK, pour qu'on puisse reprendre à l'heure. Ce matin, on n'a pas commencé à l'heure, et donc je vous prie d'être là après la pause café pour qu'on n'ait pas vraiment à attendre et à commencer en retard. Donc, on se retrouve ici à 11h30 pour le début des présentations. Merci. Your attention, please. Thank you for coming back and sitting. The session will start in 1 minute. Can you all hear me back there? It's time to come back. Thank you. So for the next session, please, can we have group 17? In here. I would like to invite also Professor Jack to join me. Group 17, please. I don't see anyone from group 17. Okay.
Cher Ayemi, nous allons poursuivre la dynamique que nous allons enclencher hier. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous allons recevoir 2 groupes. Donc, nous avons 2 heures, à raison d'1 heure par groupe, hein, bien naturellement. Alors, nous allons écouter d'abord les membres du groupe 17 qui sont déjà devant moi. Alors, je vous invite à envoyer un de vos délégués. J'envoie un ici, peut-être qu'il y en aura un deuxième. Alors, faites-nous l'économie de votre exposé. Donc, vous nous présentez les grandes lignes hein, pendant 15 minutes. Comme ça, nous allons inviter le discutant à faire la discussion pendant 5 minutes. Et puis, on aura 40 minutes, je crois, pour le débat. Hein? OK. Alors, vous avez la parole.
Good morning, colleagues. I would like to teach you how to greet in my language so that maybe I can get a Codestria t-shirt. So, so please be good learners. So if I say Mararapo, that is to say good morning, you respond eh. And then if I say Nawa, you say eh again. Then you greet me back to say Wararapo Tate. Wararapo Tate. That means good morning, say. Tate is referred to as men. Do you get it? Okay. Wararapo Nawa. Yeah. Good. Thank you so much. I'm Serak Shidudu. I'll be making an introduction for our team. That is group 17. We have 5 fellows in the group. Unfortunately here, Codestria will beat us because we didn't reach, in Namibia we say zebra style. There is no gender balance. So we have 4 men and 1 lady. So in my mother tongue, we would call her Nampa. If a lady is born among the boys, she's called Nampa, means the giver of boys. So, as I said, my name is Serak Shidudu. I'm a heritage practitioner. I specialize in heritage management and conservation. I'm not really into academics, but I'm mostly working with the community. So I would call myself, I'm one of the gatekeepers of heritage. And then we have Nehemia Kotobio Ojo from Benin. I hope I spelled that correctly. He's an agro-sociologist. And then we have Gridas Louis Joy from also Benin. He is an agro climatologist. And then we have Marwan Hamdown. Sorry for the pronunciation. He is from Egypt. He is from the discipline of natural heritage management. And then our Nampa, the lady now, Ademisi, there's a name. Okay, from Nigeria. She's dealing with agricultural economics, so she's an agroeconomist. So from those different disciplines, we mostly focus on agriculture, climate change, heritage management, and heritage and natural management. So I would like to call upon Nehemi to start with the presentation. Thank you.
Bonjour chers tous. Je ne vais plus présenter l'équipe. Mon collègue Siraka a déjà tout présenté, donc on va passer. Alors, pour la revue de nos travaux, nous avons identifié à l'étape actuelle quelles sont les lacunes et également quelles sont les forces de nos propositions. Également, nous avons essayé de proposer des recommandations sur nos différents travaux. Nous avons identifié quelques lacunes au niveau de nos méthodologies et nous sommes proposés des cadres théoriques. Par exemple, on a une proposition qui porte sur les questions de santé, comment introduire les connaissances endogènes en matière de santé comment introduire ces connaissances-là au niveau du numérique pour faciliter aussi l'accès à ces connaissances aux producteurs. Donc, nous avons proposé, par exemple, d'autres approches pour pouvoir améliorer cela. Sur les autres thématiques aussi, on a renforcé un peu. Ce que nous avons constaté et qui était vraiment pertinent, c'est que toutes nos propositions avaient vraiment un ancrage lié aux connaissances endogènes. Et nous avons aussi relevé cela et nous nous sommes dit qu'on doit encore renforcer ces différentes notions-là afin que cela puisse transparaître tout au long, qu'on puisse intégrer les acteurs tout au long de la collecte de données jusqu'à l'analyse et même la publication. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je peux dire sur l'état, la revue que nous avons eu à faire sur les différentes activités, les différentes propositions soumises. Les thématiques de recherche, si nous analysons un peu les thématiques de recherche, nous avons au niveau de notre groupe des thématiques qui sont liées à l'agriculture, à la sécurité alimentaire, à la santé et au bien-être. Nous avons des thématiques liées aux innovations digitales, comment partager aussi les innovations avec les services digitaux. Il y a également la question de l'adaptation et de la résilience face au changement climatique. Donc, voilà un peu les thématiques phares que nous abordons dans notre groupe. Sur la base de ces différentes thématiques, nous nous sommes posé une question et c'est cette question-là qui va guider toutes les actions que nous aurons à mener. C'est comment utiliser les connaissances endogènes pour influencer les politiques publiques en matière de changement climatique en Afrique. C'est ce qui va un peu guider tout ce que nous allons faire après. Et par rapport à cela, nous nous sommes fixés 3 objectifs spécifiques. Premièrement, nous voulons identifier les formes clés des connaissances endogènes qui peuvent contribuer à la résilience et à l'adaptation face au changement climatique. Ensuite, nous voulons examiner comment ces connaissances-là, ces connaissances actuelles peuvent être utilisées dans la prise de décision, dans les processus de prise de décision. Et enfin, nous allons proposer aussi des actions, des recommandations pour les décideurs politiques pour qu'ils puissent utiliser les connaissances endogènes comme levier de développement durable et de résilience face au changement climatique. Nous avons voulu présenter rapidement la méthodologie que nous voulons adopter dans le cadre de ce travail. Nous voulons beaucoup plus nous baser sur une approche qualitative qui va renforcer beaucoup plus la participation avec un focus sur les réalités locales. Pour la collecte de données, nous avons prévu qu'au niveau de notre groupe, chaque membre du groupe, en allant chez lui, puisse questionner 15 à 20 personnes sur la thématique d'études, et nous allons faire des entretiens semi-structurés avec des acteurs de la société civile, des leaders locaux, des gens du secteur privé aussi, les détenteurs, surtout les détenteurs des connaissances endogènes. Nous allons également faire des focus group pour faciliter aussi l'inclusion de toutes les autres parties. Et sur la base de cela, nous allons faire des analyses. Après, on pourra faire sortir des évidences qu'on va utiliser pour pouvoir formuler après des recommandations. Ce que nous pensons faire, c'est qu'à la fin de notre recherche, nous allons écrire premièrement un policy brief, ce qui est beaucoup plus facile à faire, mais après, nous allons mettre toutes ces données-là ensemble pour pouvoir écrire un article scientifique que nous allons aussi partager dans le monde scientifique sur comment nous allons partager beaucoup plus les expériences de certains pays en termes de partage de l'utilisation, je vais dire, en termes d'utilisation des connaissances endogènes pour pouvoir mettre en œuvre des politiques. Et également, nous voulons mettre en place des communautés pour pouvoir partager ces différentes notions-là. Nous allons former des communautés aussi et faire des conférences, des workshops pour pouvoir partager les différentes recommandations ou bien les résultats que nous aurons à la fin. Alors, donc, au niveau des actions que nous voulons mener, premièrement, nous voulons vraiment que les connaissances endogènes soient institutionnalisées. Donc, dans ce que nous voulons faire, nous allons beaucoup plus mettre l'accent sur cela. Nous allons créer aussi des plateformes pour pouvoir faciliter la participation et aussi établir un cadre de gouvernance en matière d'intégration des connaissances endogènes. Et enfin, nous allons créer aussi des hubs pour pouvoir soutenir le partage, pour développer aussi des systèmes endogènes, documenter tout ce qui est connaissances endogènes qu'on peut valoriser au niveau des politiques. Je suis à la fin de notre présentation. Vos commentaires seront les bienvenus pour nous permettre d'améliorer le travail. Merci.
Merci de nous avoir permis de gagner quelques minutes. J'invite maintenant le discutant à venir faire la discussion. Je crois qu'il est membre du groupe 1, si je ne me trompe pas, ou la discutante.
My name is Evelyn Bayani. I'm from Group 1, discussing Group 17. Upon evaluating your summary, we found out that your summary was so strong in alignment with the African priorities. The focus on climate resistance, indigenous knowledge, digital innovation, and sustainable livelihood. This thing directly supports the African Union Agenda 2063 and AFRIAK objectives. It is also an interdisciplinary focus. The integration of agriculture, animal health, ecotourism, and heritage demonstrates a holistic and innovative approach to sustainable development. On policy orientation, the central question, how to use indigenous knowledge to influence climate policy shows critical relevance and potential for real policy impact. On methodology, participatory and inclusive approach. The use of semi-structured interviews and focus group discussions ensures that local voices are central to your research. And also, there is an emphasis on informed consent and respect for local traditions adds credibility and cultural appropriateness. The chosen qualitative design approach is also appropriate for exploring knowledge systems and social dynamics in depth. The plan of shared fieldwork and joint publication is also good, and it shows that there is teamwork and potential for mutual learning. On feasibility, you have at least a manageable scope. A focus on 15 to 20 participants is realistic and achievable within a short to medium term research timeline. However, there is no concept note or research proposal that can go without critiques. So we also found out that despite that we are saying that your focus on 15 to 20 participants is realistic, you also have no clear timeline of your proposals. The summary lacks information on duration, making it difficult to judge practical feasibility. There is no also mention of implementation. Because of those perceptions, it is difficult for them to give us the credible information that we need. So there is a need at least for us to understand that in our concept notes, we should include the possible challenges or obstacles that we are going to face in the field. And also, there is a limited data triangulation. The methodology does not mention how different data sources will be integrated to strengthen validity. Understanding that this research almost is more of a historical thing. Thereby, we are trying to trace our history. So in trying to trace our history, we should also make sure that we integrate data from different sources. The triangulation should make sense to us in whenever we are constructing our methodologies. There is also no mention of women and youth in your methodology or participant or thematic areas. This is simply because according to the AFRIAK and Codicil objectives, they all want 70% of women, of which even those tradition on local knowledge barriers are supposed to be women, meaning that we should make sure that whenever you're constructing your methodologies, whatever, women and youth should be an integral part of it. There is vagueness that in your methodology because it does not clearly specify, not in methodology, but in your corroboration, because it does not clearly specify who you will be corroborating and in which areas and why they are most fitted for corroboration. So you need at least to highlight on those areas. There is a missed opportunity somehow in themes: sustainable livelihoods, and digital innovations. This could highlight women and youth entrepreneurs or empowerment, but these links are not made explicit. Reaching this far, we have some recommendations, a few of them, for you at least to pay attention to. As we were looking at the methodology and analytical framework, we noticed that the methodology is sound, but lack details on how data will be analyzed and validated. So on that one, you have to look into that. And also, you should make sure that your work is unmistakably not extractive. You can add language and actions that emphasize co-creation, benefit sharing, and ownership. Because we are not going there to just extract and exploit their information or whatever they are giving us. But we are going there to create something that in the end will be given back to the community. We also recommend you to make use of Dr. Komi book. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but it's Dr. Komi, the one who was presenting yesterday on Warsaw. It seems that Dr. Komi has a lot when it comes to climate change and adaptation land use in Togo. Therefore, according to your research concept notes that I got from your summary, you can learn a lot from him. So please utilize him. Use this opportunity to learn a lot. Pop him with a lot of questions. Even when he's having a lunch or whatever, go and talk to him. He's here to help you. So, questions from my group. There are 3 of them. The first one, given the diversity of your power relations between local knowledge holders and external collaborators, especially in decision-making and authorship, how do you think you are going to collaborate in trying to make your work achievable? The second question, how can we ensure that the integration on indigenous knowledge into policy does not result in its dilution? The third question, what role should digital technology play in preserving and sharing indigenous knowledge? Who controls access and who benefits? Thank you very much. That's all that I had for you. In our language, we say, zikomo kwambiri povetsera mwachidwi, ambuye akudalitseni.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, chers discutants. Alors, vous avez reçu 3 questions auxquelles vous allez réagir, mais j'aimerais quand même que l'on prenne d'abord une série de 3 ou 4 questions dans l'auditoire. Comme ça, on va les ajouter sur les 3 autres. Vous allez réagir à un certain moment. Alors, qui sont prêts à prendre la parole? Oui, monsieur au fond. Non, on fait comme... Oui, monsieur, la dame au fond. Oui, allez-y.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I be heard? Okay. Yeah, well, so my question is directed to the methodology. So in your presentation, you've talked about how you'll talk to 20 to 25 people. Okay, around that. So you already have an imagined number. So my question is, how sure are you that that number will give you the data, adequate data for this research? Thank you.
Madame?
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je me nomme Emmett du Bénin. Vous avez, pour moi, vous maîtrisez bien votre domaine et je vous remercie pour comment dire, cette brillante présentation. Mes questions iront dans ce sens. Premièrement, je me demande pourquoi vous n'avez pas fait mention des différents challenges que vous allez rencontrer sur le terrain. Étant donné, je prends un exemple. Si quelqu'un, supposons vos projets, vous allez parler en quelque sorte de climate change, changement climatique. Étant donné, ici au Bénin du moins, on sait que lorsqu'il y a beaucoup de pluie ou des inondations, nous avons un petit moyen d'arrêter en quelque sorte ces pluies-là. Alors, est-ce que vous pensez que si vous voulez aller à la rencontre de, de ce savoir, est-ce que vous êtes sûr que cette personne-là va vous donner automatiquement? Donc, j'aimerais bien savoir, au cas où vous allez rencontrer ces challenges, comment est-ce que vous allez faire face à tout ça? Aussi, je vois que dans lorsque vous êtes en train de faire la présentation, vous n'avez pas fait mention, en quelque sorte, des différentes zones que vous voulez faire ces recherches, les différentes recherches. Pour moi, vous avez juste englobé. Donc, j'aimerais bien avoir plus de détails par rapport aux différents angles que vous voulez travailler. À part ça, je ne sais pas si vous avez réellement fait mention des références africaines. Je ne sais pas si oui, ok, mais sinon, pourquoi? C'est tout. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on s'arrête d'abord à ce niveau-là. Ils vont réagir aux 3 questions soulevées par la discutante et aux 2 questions, je crois que c'est une question maintenant, soulevée par les 2 intervenantes. Donc, il y a une question sur l'échantillonnage, c'est une question importante, et une question sur la délimitation spatiale. Et une autre question que le dernier a soulevée, qui porte sur les défis et qui a été soulevée par la discutante. Bon, qui réagit?
OK. Merci beaucoup pour l'écoute et particulièrement au groupe pour discutant, bien sûr, pour les observations. Nous les avons bien notées. Également par rapport à vos questions et les collègues aussi qui ont posé 2 ou 3 questions. Je commencerai peut-être par la dernière rapidement de M. Emmett, bien sûr. Parlant des challenges, je crois que les 2, depuis la semaine dernière, les orateurs, les uns après les autres, ont pris quand même le soin, surtout par l'orateur venant de la Côte d'Ivoire, avait pris quand même le soin de donner quelques explications par rapport à ces challenges. Parce que, comme vous l'avez si bien signifié, au Bénin, par rapport à la pluie et tout, comme dans d'autres pays d'Afrique, bien sûr, nous allons en contact des détenteurs du savoir et il est fait mention de ne pas également aller partir en tant que instruire bien habillé d'une façon ou d'une autre, mais c'est se mettre dans leur peau et les sociologues savent bien le faire à travers la participation, l'immersion, c'est-à-dire l'adaptation au milieu, aux conditions. Donc, je crois que en s'adaptant à ces conditions, en se mettant dans leur peau, je crois que ce sera beaucoup plus facile et on en a parlé. Les orateurs, bien sûr, en ont fait cas toute la semaine dernière. Donc, du coup, on tiendra compte de tout ça. Aussi, parlant vous avez parlé de la zone un peu plus englobant, pas spécifique. Ici, il y a l'Égypte, le Bénin et également Namibie et autres, le Nigeria aussi. Donc, ici, le travail sera réalisé dans chaque pays et le policy brief sera un peu comme la synthèse des différents pays, c'est-à-dire un policy brief qui prend un peu en compte. Au départ, on avait réfléchi sur l'Afrique subsaharienne, mais on s'est rendu compte qu'il y a d'autres pays qui s'y trouvent pas. C'est pourquoi on a mis l'Afrique, parce qu'on tiendra compte, bien sûr, des résultats des différents pays pour en faire juste une note. Et aussi, on a insisté, revenant à la question sur la technologie, le rôle de la technologie. Nous avons particulièrement notre collègue du Nigeria qui est beaucoup plus dans le One Health, d'accord? La santé unique, la santé de l'environnement, des animaux et de l'humain, et qui intervient beaucoup plus sur les savoirs endogènes, beaucoup plus dans le traitement, d'accord, des animaux. Donc, pour elle, il y a beaucoup de connaissances dans ce domaine, mais elle met l'accent particulièrement sur la nouvelle technologie, comment rendre l'accès plus facile aux acteurs du domaine. Donc, on a mis ici l'accent sur les nouvelles technologies dans notre cas, parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est plus facile d'avoir accès dans les milieux les plus reculés, d'accord, tout le monde avec l'évolution non seulement de la nouvelle technologie, mais le déploiement également de l'Internet aujourd'hui, ce sera beaucoup plus facile, étant donné que nous travaillons en majorité avec des communautés qui sont généralement pas en ville. Par exemple, les pasteurs, les agro-pasteurs, c'est des mobiles. L'adoption de telles technologies faciliterait l'accès à ces informations dans les milieux un peu les plus reculés. Merci.
Je voudrais réagir par rapport à une question sur la méthodologie. Il faut dire que notre méthodologie, elle n'est pas statique, elle est évolutive. Vous savez bien, nous sommes dans une étude beaucoup plus qualitative. Nous avons pris cette marge-là. On peut aller de l'avant. Vous savez, lorsqu'on fait des entretiens avec des groupes et autres, des individus et autres, c'est la saturation de l'information qui devrait normalement nous faire arrêter pour ne pas continuer. Mais ici, nous n'avons pas vraiment beaucoup de temps pour prendre tout cela en compte. La saturation, on a supposé qu'elle peut venir déjà à partir de 15 personnes. Lorsqu'on va faire nos entretiens semi-structurés, on peut avoir un peu de saturation de l'information pour pouvoir prendre toutes ces données-là en compte. Je voudrais bien sûr dire que nous ne sommes pas dans une étude quantitative, on est beaucoup plus sur une étude qualitative. L'intégration des femmes et des jeunes, oui, nous tenons bien compte de cela. Nous allons essayer de prendre en compte les femmes et les jeunes dans l'élaboration de ces politiques-là. Merci.
Réagir par rapport à... Oui, mais attention, n'applaudissez pas d'abord. Je crois qu'il y a un petit souci quand même à ce niveau-là. Ça, c'est une question d'une importance cruciale. Lorsque vous dites que vous allez, dans votre échantillon est composé de 20 personnes ou de 15, quel est d'abord l'univers d'enquête? Il faut le connaître. Donc, on ne connaît pas votre univers d'enquête, votre population d'enquête, à partir de laquelle vous avez tiré l'échantillon. Ça, c'est un. Il faut mettre ça dans la partie méthodologique. Deuxièmement, il existe 3 types d'échantillons. Avez-vous choisi l'échantillon représentatif, l'échantillon caractéristique? Je m'arrête à ces deux-là. Parce que si vous estimez que vous n'êtes pas en mesure de constituer un échantillon, ou bien si vous vous rendez compte que vous aurez un échantillon composé de beaucoup d'unités, à ce moment-là, autant abandonner cela et prendre un échantillon caractéristique. Donc, vous prenez peu de personnes, vous essayez de diversifier les profils pour qu'on en arrive à la saturation à laquelle vous avez fait allusion tout à l'heure. Ça va? Il faudra vraiment être très précis là-dessus. Hein. C'est une question très importante. Une autre question porte sur la triangulation méthodologique. La discutante a évoqué ça. L'étude est qualitative, certes, mais je crois qu'il faudra aussi diversifier les sources. À la fois, c'est-à-dire la triangulation doit porter à la fois sur les techniques de collecte d'informations, mais aussi sur les sources auprès desquelles vous aurez les informations. Hein? Ça, c'est très important. Merci beaucoup. Alors, ou bien on revient. Je crois que toutes les questions ont été... Non, je crois qu'il y a... Ouais.
Okay, to thank discussants. Thanks for the strength and every other things you pointed out. The first thing I would like to react to is, you said, given the diversity, how do you think we can collaborate to achieve our goals? Given the diversity in our team, the main theme is agriculture. Agriculture, we centered around climate change. So given the work on how can they manage climate change with indigenous knowledge, how can livestock diseases be treated through indigenous knowledge? So I believe everything is centered around the theme, which is agriculture. So there won't be any disjoints. So we'll be able to get something out of that. Then secondly, you said, what role should digital technology play in passing across indigenous knowledge, and who controls this? So I'd like to say, for instance, indigenous knowledge. I'll use an example. I remember when I was, a few years ago, I was very sick, carried about to different hospitals. And my grandfather gave me a drug. Now he's dead, but I don't know the drug again. And it's not, as in it's not documented. Even my own father doesn't know about the drug. So this is where digital innovation comes in. That when we document all the indigenous knowledge practices, recognizing the knowledge holders, referencing them, then they too are able to assess it. Because even in these communities, for instance, in the aspect of livestock health, I remember in a study I carried out between 2019 and 2022, documenting the several plants, non-plant materials used for livestock health. Many young farmers, they don't know of this. They rely on the conventional medicine, which is not usually available, and is even expensive for the farmers. And considering the eradication of the indigenous knowledge, you will believe with me that it is important to document this through digital technologies. So just like we've been talking about since last week, that we should co-create with the communities, we should reference them, we should not just take their knowledge from them, but referencing them. So this we will do in digitalizing all this knowledge. Then there's also a question that talks about, are we sure about the sample? Are we going to get the right information from the sample we said we are working with? Just like you know that this is a concept note and it's still undergoing revolution. And just like this, what we submitted, just a page, it cannot really fit in everything we have in our concept note. So I believe we'll also look into your contribution and work on that. Thank you.
Est-ce on a encore beaucoup de temps, je crois 20 minutes, et encore des questions dans la salle? Oui, je vois une main là-bas, oui, allez-y.
Good afternoon, everyone. Emmanuel here from Ghana. I'm going straight to the point. You mentioned data collection from local communities, but I was expecting to see something like focused group discussions. So focus group discussions, I think, is very pivotal in your work, and even beyond just your work, all of us here as fellows. I think that's a platform where we can have that auto check on facts. Because if you intend to meet only individuals who probably have knowledge, you see some bias coming up. So if you're able to add focus group discussions, I think it will not only encourage trust in your work, but it will give you a mechanism to check the facts you'll be collecting from these communities. And my next question is digitalization. Very, very important. How do you intend to sustain that particular idea? Then the last question is the concept of One Health. If you can let us understand the limitations of One Health in the scope of your work, because it's one thing that is really raising different school of thoughts, and I'm really interested in that. Thank you.
Merci. Il y a dans la salle une personne qui veut intervenir. Oui, madame, allez-y.
Thank you so much. I am Rendeni from South Africa. I just wanted to ask in terms of, you spoke about documenting and putting their names while you document. What do you say in terms of confidentiality? Because sometimes you speak to these people and they don't want their names to be put anywhere. Please speak on that.
Autre question? Non, réagissez d'abord.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Je vais rapidement commencer par la deuxième question. Documenter question de confidentialité, je crois que les orateurs ont fait mention de ça. En sociologie, il y a plusieurs façons de citer dans nos pays. Il y a également les lois qui protègent et qui exigent la confidentialité dans plusieurs cas. Du coup, dans notre cas, je crois l'exemple a été donné ici et de manière plus scientifique, comment utiliser les initiaux des prénoms avec l'année et plus de précision sans pour autant citer la personne. Je crois que les orateurs ont fait cas de ça parce que vous avez raison en parlant de la confidentialité, mais scientifiquement, pour l'éthique aussi, il y a ces aspects à respecter. Donc, je crois que le plan ne se pose pas. On n'aura qu'à utiliser les initiaux, comme les orateurs l'ont dit, et sociologiquement, ça se fait. Parlant de focus group, je crois que l'intervenant, le premier, n'a pas certainement peut-être bien saisi lors de la présentation. Sinon, on avait parlé de focus group parce qu'après les entretiens semi-structurés, on a parlé également de focus group à réaliser parce que c'est très important que ce soit, quelle que soit l'étude, parce que ça permet de vérifier, de confronter les informations reçues individuellement également en groupe. On a fait mention de ça dans la présentation. Parlant des limites de One Health, bon, je crois que, je ne sais pas si peut-être les autres peuvent aborder, mais bon, on n'a pas encore documenté pour faire tout un cours sur ça tout de suite. Merci.
Qui veut réagir?
Okay, thank you. On the issue of One Health, just like I said earlier, the issue of documentation of IKS practices for treating livestock health. So what are we trying to get here? These livestock, majorly, we have farm animals, the goats, the cows, and the likes. These are what humans feed on. So whatever we are giving to the animals translates to the humans. So the issue of One Health is that if we don't make use of the right drugs, then using the IKS, like in the study I carried out in 2022, we found out that the indigenous knowledge are even more safer compared to the conventional medicine, in the sense that conventional medicine leaves residue, which later affects human beings' health. So this is where One Health comes in. Whatever we are giving to the animal translates to the human being. So this is why we are very careful here that we should appreciate our indigenous knowledge in these aspects to be able to sustain the livelihood and well-being of humans. Thank you.
Allez-y.
Il y avait également une question sur comment nous pouvons vraiment tirer profit des nouvelles technologies pour diffuser en fait les recommandations ou bien les résultats que nous avons. Sur cette question, je voudrais dire qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons plusieurs possibilités. Déjà, le fait de de capitaliser toutes ces connaissances, de les traduire en audio et mettre même à la disposition des communautés, on traduit en des langues locales. Cela va faciliter aussi la compréhension déjà au niveau des acteurs, au niveau local. Nous allons trouver également d'autres aspects, comment nous pouvons mettre ces informations-là sur des documents qu'on peut partager avec ceux qui vont vraiment prendre des décisions. Donc, c'est des manières pour nous de tirer vraiment profit du numérique, de tout ce qu'il y a pour pouvoir atteindre les communautés. Merci.
Beaucoup. Avant de passer la parole à l'auditoire, je voudrais dire un petit mot sur quelque chose de très important. Vous avez remarqué que lorsqu'on vous a demandé d'élaborer la note conceptuelle, on vous a dit de le faire sur 2 pages seulement. Une page, hein? Je crois que c'est sur une page. C'est aussi un élément très important parce que quand on vous dit faites la note sur une page, sur 2, sur 3, sur 5, c'est différent. Quand on vous dit faites-la sur une page, c'est-à-dire que quand vous commencez à rédiger, entrez directement dans la matière. Donc, ne commencez pas à divaguer, vous parlez sur le climat, vous commencez, d'abord, votre import sur le changement climatique, commencez pas à dire non, nous avons constaté que les oiseaux, non, non, là, c'est déjà, vous perdez du temps. Donc, concentrez-vous déjà sur la problématique, sur les hypothèses, sur le cadre théorique, sur la méthodologie, sur les objectifs. Et puis, comme ça, en vous lisant, n'est-ce pas, on voit déjà que vous avez axé votre propos sur ce qui est essentiel. Et comme je vous l'ai dit, il fallait comprendre l'importance de l'appel à la communication. Vous nous montrez comment vous allez faire la coproduction, comment vous allez intégrer les partenaires méthodologiques, comme je les appelle, les détenteurs, etc. Et vous construisez votre petite note sur une page et ça contient des éléments essentiels qui permettent de sélectionner. Donc, je le dis parce qu'on a évoqué ça, c'était un élément très, très important. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a encore des questions dans la salle? Oui, je vois une main là-bas. Si.
Okay. Good afternoon to all members of this epistemic community. I am Charlotte from Ghana. Please, with regards to confidentiality, I want to get some clarification over here. Right from the inception of this induction, we've been told that the indigenous are going to be co-creators of knowledge or whatever thing we are going to get from the field. So if they are co-creators and they have ownership to whatever documents we come up with, why do we have to have an issue with confidentiality? Because they own the work, they are part of the knowledge creation. So I need some clarification on that one. Thank you.
OK, on passe la parole d'abord au secrétaire général adjoint. Je crois qu'il doit réagir là-dessus. Oui, là, allez-y. Qui peut nous amener le micro, s'il vous plaît? Ouais.
Oui, merci. En fait, je voulais réagir en mettant l'accent sur le lien avec les politiques publiques. Parce que si on se rappelle bien l'intervention qui a eu lieu ce matin, il y avait cette notion de native informant, okay, d'informateurs autochtones. Et la peur, en fait, que j'ai, c'est que beaucoup de nos chercheurs se transforment en informateurs autochtones, en allant juste prendre l'information auprès, auprès des autochtones, entre griffes, et en publiant cela, sans nécessairement y mettre l'analyse qu'il faut et sans nécessairement faire aussi le lien en termes de politique publique pour voir peut-être comment transformer, voilà, comment transformer la communauté. Donc, le fait juste d'avoir une information, même si vous dites vous coproduisez, vous co-publiez, vous les reconnaissez et tout ça, mais si ça se limite juste à avoir une information que peut-être les personnes au niveau local détenaient et ensuite à publier cette information ou à la rendre disponible sous forme digitale, pour moi, jusque-là, ça s'arrête juste à être un informateur aussi, un intermédiaire, si je peux le dire comme ça, parce que cette information qui est mise en version digitale, bon, elle est récupérée par d'autres personnes qui vont en faire quelque chose. Donc, vous, votre travail, c'est limité juste à aller extraire cette information et à la rendre disponible. Et donc, c'est ce côté-là que je voulais dire qu'il faut chercher à aller au-delà de juste être quelqu'un qui va juste, en fait, pour moi, j'appelle ça des traducteurs. Traducteurs
pas nécessairement dans un sens linguistique, mais aussi dans un sens de traduire le langage autochtone en un langage digitalisé, numérisé, accessible et tout ça. Mais c'est juste un rôle de traducteur. Maintenant, et il ne faut pas aussi oublier ce que la présentation du matin a dit, dans le sens où il ne faut pas qu'on se limite juste à produire des informations ou ce qu'on appellerait de la matière première, qui ensuite est utilisée par d'autres pour en faire des théories que nous allons ensuite ravaler. Donc, c'est surtout vous inciter ou vous pousser à aller au-delà de juste extraire l'information, la digitaliser, la numériser, la rendre publique. Je prends juste le cas d'un truc médical, euh, une façon de guérir une maladie. Oui, vous voyez comment ça se fait, vous digitalisez, c'est bien beau. Peut-être qu'on peut utiliser ça, mais bon, si une compagnie pharmaceutique vient reprendre la même chose et va maintenant déposer son brevet là-dessus, OK? Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait? C'est juste que vous êtes limité à lui rendre disponible cette information qu'elle va ensuite exploiter et breveter. Et dès qu'elle brevette l'information, elle ne vous appartient plus, elle n'appartient plus aux autochtones. Donc, qu'est-ce qui est? Donc, dans ce cas-ci, peut-être c'est d'aller au-delà pour voir comment ça peut être utilisé non seulement en matière de politique publique, mais aussi en matière de santé publique. Comment peut-être faire un lien avec des laboratoires au niveau national pour créer quelque chose, etc., en collaboration avec ceux détenteurs de savoir, etc. Donc, c'est juste vous inviter à aller au-delà de juste la digitalisation, la numérisation ou la divulgation de ces informations. Merci.
C'est cher Lawani, une remarque très importante, donc qui n'appelle pas de votre part une réponse, hein, c'est juste une contribution qu'il a faite. Mais il y a une question posée par la dame, je crois sur la confidentialité, hein, qui réagit, je crois. Ok. Il y en a, non, il y en a qui ne répondent pas aux questions. C'est un coup, hein? Qui peut essayer? Hein? Celui-ci a répondu, la dame et l'autre, mais vous deux, je crois que, hein? Jette-toi un peu.
Hello, everyone. If I got that right, it's inquiry about confidentiality. Maybe I can answer this one in the context of heritage. It depends on the condition of the community we are working with and the type of information we got. Let's say, for example, I'm working on a certain protected area in a community that uses some methods. They are as a tradition for themselves to cope with climate change or with harsh weather. But maybe these actions are not allowed by law in this district. So in this situation, we don't state clearly the people who do it because our aim here is for research. So we just describe the titles and the status of maybe the elders who gave us the information and the description of actions they do and their outcome. So it's conditional for the community and the type of information. That's if I got that.
Merci beaucoup pour la réponse. Je crois que nous allons nous arrêter à ce niveau parce que nous avons un deuxième groupe qui doit passer à 12h30. Le temps que vous puissiez partir, être remplacé par les autres. Mais d'abord, je vous félicite pour la qualité de votre travail et pour les réponses fournies. Et j'appelle l'auditoire à applaudir pour notre groupe qui a fait un travail remarquable. Merci beaucoup. OK, merci. Voilà. Oui.
Et comme à l'accoutumée, je pense qu'ils sont en train de traîner parce qu'ils attendent quelque chose. Donc,
Qu'il y a quelque chose, qu'ils attendent un peu.
Oui, oui, qu'ils attendent.
Madame, allez-y. On donne quelque chose là.
Because there's something already here.
You'll get yours. Thank you.
Merci, chers amis. On invite le deuxième groupe, le groupe 8. J'invite les membres de ce groupe à se joindre à moi. Le groupe 8, s'il vous plaît.
As the group comes, I want to just take a few minutes to, can you hear me? Please, I need your attention. This morning, we realized that by the time we were supposed to begin the meeting, the room was half empty. By the time we were supposed, please come. By the time we were supposed to begin our meeting this morning, the room was half empty. And there is an emerging trend where we are not observing time. I just want to make the point that it is indeed your obligation and responsibility to be here, because it's a commitment that you have made to us, and it's a commitment we want to make sure that you execute. So please, after every break and and every morning, we will be beginning our meeting on time. And our expectation is that all of you will be here. It's very unfair for you to make a presentation and you have a full room attending to you, listening to you. And then when it's their time to make a presentation, you are looking for coffee, you are in the corridor, and you are doing all those things. So I just want to make sure that all of us do understand that it's absolutely important and essential that you are here on time and we begin on time. That way we will be able to balance out the contribution to everybody in a way that is fruitful. My team will be watching out from now to make sure that we observe this very minor element that is important to our functioning. So please bear it in mind and let us recommit to being on time throughout until we finish. Thank you very much.
Merci, cher Godwin, pour cette mise au point importante. Alors, ceci étant dit, j'accorde la parole à une représentante ou un représentant du groupe pour qu'il nous fasse l'économie de l'exposé.
Bonjour tout le monde, j'espère que c'est bon. So, good morning everyone. The presentation will be in French. So, please make sure to wear your headsets. Alors, je m'appelle Ibrahim Dominique Faye, je suis africain du Sénégal. Nous allons vous faire une présentation, mais avant, nous aimerions faire un petit exercice pour s'assurer d'être bien connectés, aussi bien les francophones que les anglophones. Ce ne sera pas difficile, juste on va chanter une petite note. La tâche n'est pas difficile, vous aurez juste à dire Ina à chaque fois qu'il y aura une petite pause. Just say Ina whenever she pauses. Et rassurez-vous, ce ne sera pas moi qui va chanter. J'appelle pour cela notre collègue Aya Fatou.
Bonjour. Alors, on y va, comme il a si bien dit. Lorsque je dis Ina, Ina, ye, vous dites Ina. Ina, Ina, ye, Ina, 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 ye. Côté Pama, Ina, ye. Vous comprenez? Ok, à 3, on y va. 1, 2, what? Oh, she should do. Ok, on y va. Ina, Ina, ye. Ina, Ina, ye. Ina, Ina, ye. Côté Pama, Ina, ye. Matlajam aslema. Dangong bonjour. Assalamu alaikum. Ina, Ina, ye. 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 Ok, merci. C'est tout le mélange.
Merci pour cette note mélodieuse. Alors, Nangadef, Matla Jam, Dangom, Milsa Animon, Aslama. Chers tous, je vous salue de la Tunisie, je vous salue du Togo, je vous salue du Cameroun, mais je vous salue aussi du Sénégal. Le collectif pour la défense des pratiques agroécologiques et médicales autochtones africains que nous formons est un groupe pluridisciplinaire qui rassemble des chercheurs qui viennent du Maghreb, de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous, dans nos traditions respectives, la parole est souvent confiée à des hommes, à des gardiens. Mais dans ce cadre particulier de ce programme, nous avons décidé de faire honneur aux dames. Nous allons donc confier notre parole à une femme, à une gardienne de la parole. Sous vos applaudissements, j'aimerais accueillir ici notre gardienne de la parole, une Africaine du Sénégal, Mariam Tal Goudiaby.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues et amis, bonjour. Permettez-moi de vous dévoiler humblement mon identité. C'est Mariam Tal Goudiaby, étudiante à l'Université Gaston Berger de Saint-Louis du Sénégal et coordonnatrice du collectif pour la défense des pratiques agroécologiques et médicales autochtones africaines. Comme l'a si bien dit mon collègue Ibrahim Dominique Faye, je pense qu'il est essentiel de présenter les membres du groupe qui sont les véritables architectes de ce projet. Donc, vous avez Lara Monkana Sadibie Bani du Togo, Ibrahim Dominique Faye du Sénégal, bien sûr, Issa Diouf du Sénégal, Mireille Fatima Diallo du Sénégal, Adja Fatou Youm du Sénégal, Maïliman Iya Janabou du Cameroun, Asakal Bruno Ezene du Cameroun et Nafissa Rahal de la Tunisie. Comme vous l'avez si bien constaté, il y a beaucoup de Sénégalais. Je tiens à préciser cela. On était venus comme Sénégalais en 6. Nous étions au début 6 Sénégalais parce que nous avions postulé pour une candidature conjointe. Et après, vu les retombées et ce que Codesria et AFRIAK nous a proposé, nous avons jugé nécessaire d'intégrer d'autres membres qui viennent d'autres régions africaines, raison pour laquelle nous nous sommes retrouvés avec plus de Sénégalais. Donc, comme vous l'avez constaté, nous venons tous de régions différentes, mais avons une même volonté, celle de valoriser les savoirs autochtones africains à travers des disciplines diversifiées et complémentaires. Donc, du Togo au Cameroun, du Sénégal à la Tunisie, notre équipe est un vrai melting pot de culture et d'expertise. Donc, dans notre groupe, vous voyez que la socio-anthropologie se mêle à la biologie, la géographie de la santé dialogue avec l'hydromorphologie. Donc, toutes ces disciplines, comme toutes les cultures dont elles sont issues, contribuent à une compréhension générale et transversale des savoirs ancestraux, en mettant en lumière leur résilience, leur pertinence et leur potentiel pour l'avenir. Maintenant, il est essentiel de revenir sur le travail proprement dit. Pendant le week-end, on s'est concerté et on a eu à évaluer chaque proposition venant de chaque membre. Donc, nous nous sommes retrouvés avec 5 propositions dans lesquelles on a pu répertorier des points forts, des points faibles, ainsi que quelques recommandations. Donc, parmi les points forts, nous avons des points qui sont en rapport avec la structure. Parmi les 5 propositions qu'on a reçues, je pense que les 4 étaient bien structurées, donc bien élaborées. Il y avait une cohérence interne et une richesse analytique bien visible, et la méthodologie était très apparente et ambitieuse. Donc, par rapport à la faisabilité, nous avons évalué cela en prenant en compte les différentes propositions unies. Vu que nous sommes 10 membres, il est possible que nos recherches soient faisables dans la mesure où on tient à les réaliser séparément. Donc, chaque proposition ou chaque projet individuel va être réalisé en fonction de la région affiliée au projet. Parmi les points faibles, bon, nous avons des problématiques assez non explicites et qui mériteraient d'être retravaillées. Nous avons aussi les absences de délimitation du terrain. Par exemple, certains ont des terrains très larges qui méritent d'être spécifiés. Nous avons aussi constaté quelques méthodologies assez extractives dans la mesure où certaines propositions étaient plus concentrées sur la thèse ou les thèses de certaines et qui mériteraient d'être vraiment rapprochées du programme d'AFRIAK sur les savoirs autochtones. Il y a aussi une absence d'empirie qui est relative au fait que dans certaines propositions, on note l'absence de terrain. Le terrain n'apparaissait nulle part. Donc, on ne savait pas si celui ou celle qui avait proposé ou fait cette proposition c'est juste basé sur la théorie pour écrire sa note conceptuelle. Donc, on méritait de revoir cela pour mieux intégrer les terrains et savoir sur quoi travailler exactement. Donc, concernant les recommandations, bon, il y a des documents où les structures devraient être revues et préciser davantage les méthodologies. Et pour le point concernant la relecture des rapports institutionnels, c'est juste une relecture des propositions d'AFRIAK sur la diffusion et l'appropriation des savoirs autochtones. Donc, certaines propositions mériteraient d'être vraiment rapprochées des propositions d'AFRIAK ou des ambitions d'AFRIAK. Nous avons identifié des thèmes communs qui sont en rapport avec la pharmacopée et les pratiques médicales locales. Parce que parmi les 5 propositions, nous tous nous sommes concentrés sur la pharmacopée locale et les pratiques médicales. Donc, sur les soins qui sont relatifs aux maladies, à la maladie hémorroïdaire, mais aussi aux soins à partir des plantes qui touchent le rétrécissement du sexe vaginal féminin. Et aussi d'autres qui sont en rapport avec la connexion entre les pratiques culinaires et pratiques agricoles en rapport avec l'adaptation climatique. Le rôle central des femmes comme gardiennes de savoir. S'il vous plaît, charmant public, est-ce que je peux avoir des applaudissements féministes avant d'entamer ce point-là? Oui, merci beaucoup. Comme l'affirme Rigoberta Menchú, elle souligne que la culture ne se pleure pas, elle se défend. Donc, à partir de cette citation, je vais tout simplement rappeler qu'en Afrique, les femmes ont depuis fort longtemps été les gardiennes et détentrices des savoirs locaux. Et à partir de leurs connaissances qui partaient de l'échiologie, tout ce qui est en rapport avec les plantes, tout ce qui peut être favorisé sur les plantes et qui pouvait prendre en compte leur aspect comme solution et comme moyen pour guérir certaines maladies. Nous avons aussi analysé le fait qu'elles étaient les piliers des savoirs ancestraux et les dépositaires de ces savoirs dans les périodes coloniales. Oui, dans la période coloniale. Et donc, de ce fait, les femmes détiennent un pouvoir qui est inouï et qui leur permet d'être ces détentrices de savoir, ces transmettrices de savoir, et celles qui pourront à l'avenir permettre à des générations de pouvoir connaître leur culture, mais aussi éviter ce piège de l'ordonnancement et du classement qui a été vulgarisé par les colonisateurs lors de la colonisation. Pour la mise en place d'une architecture de travail, nous avons jugé nécessaire de faire valoir l'interdisciplinarité, la transdisciplinarité, mais aussi l'interrégionalité. Et nous avons choisi 4 modules. Un module anthropologique qui va concerner les études ethnobotaniques et de santé, c'est-à-dire nous allons faire l'étude de certaines plantes médicinales et nous allons partir de l'étiologie au mode d'administration, quelles sont les périodes qui sont importantes pour les récoltes, comment à partir de ces plantes nous pouvons en tirer profit et faire valoir nos connaissances et nos pratiques locales. Après, nous avons un module géosanitaire qui va nous permettre de faire la typologie, mais aussi la cartographie de certaines plantes médicinales dans certaines régions africaines, comme le Sénégal, le Bénin, le Togo, le Cameroun, ainsi de suite. Nous avons aussi un module biologique qui va nous permettre de faire un pont entre la médecine traditionnelle et la biomédecine. Donc, il y a parmi nos propositions, c'est une proposition qui vient d'une biologiste qui travaille sur les pratiques culinaires et le rapport à l'adaptation climatique en Tunisie du Sud. Donc, nous avons intégré sa proposition qui est très pertinente et qui va nous permettre plus ou moins de mieux collaborer, vu qu'on parle tous et qu'on réfléchit tous sur les questions relatives à la médecine traditionnelle et à la pharmacopée locale. Nous avons aussi un module hydromorphologique qui prend en compte l'aspect climatique face aux pratiques agricoles. Donc, comment dans certaines régions comme le Cameroun, les agro-éleveurs ont besoin, par exemple, des savoirs autochtones pour assurer une bonne agriculture et un bon élevage qui prendra en compte non seulement la biodiversité, la résilience, mais aussi le fait que les pâturages ou les éleveurs qui sont en quête de terres de pâturage peuvent bénéficier de terres qui pourront permettre à leur bétail de se nourrir sans qu'il y ait problème de santé. Dans le diapo, il n'y a pas, on a certainement omis un point qui est essentiel, qui est en rapport avec la méthodologie. Donc, nous aurons carrément une méthodologie évolutive. C'est-à-dire, pour le moment, on s'est juste basé sur une enquête exploratoire et au fur et à mesure que l'on avance, on va certainement se baser sur les réalités du terrain. Donc, on a entrepris de réaliser des entretiens semi-directifs auprès des enfants, des femmes et des détenteurs de savoirs autochtones en lien avec la pharmacopée locale et la médecine traditionnelle. Nous aurons aussi un focus group qui va concerner aussi bien les chercheurs, les détenteurs de savoirs autochtones, des enfants et des femmes. Et des ateliers aussi qui pourront faciliter la communication entre les différents intervenants. Donc, il est important qu'on ait une étude ethnographique qui va nous permettre de bénéficier d'une certaine familiarité informée et qu'on puisse gagner la confiance et la confidence de ces détenteurs de savoirs autochtones pour mener à bien notre étude. Donc, nous proposons de faire une co-création entre les détenteurs de savoirs autochtones, nous, mais aussi une coproduction qui va aboutir plus tard à une codiffusion. Mais il est important aussi de signaler qu'il ne s'agira pas que de tirer des informations de ces détenteurs de savoir. Nous allons aussi leur proposer ce qu'on a comme expérience et aussi nous allons tenter de faire une critique objective de ce qu'on a eu sur le terrain pendant nos entretiens semi-directifs et notre immersion. Pour ne pas, comme le disait Simpson, plonger dans un solutionnisme institutionnel ou sur la muséification des savoirs. C'est-à-dire pour ne pas tirer ces informations ou ces connaissances de leur contexte vivant. Donc, comme mesure politique et impact potentiel, nous avons jugé nécessaire de créer un réseau africain de savoirs autochtones qui va rassembler les détenteurs de savoirs autochtones, les chercheurs, les femmes, pour qu'ensemble nous pourrions intégrer, mais aussi valoriser et faire circuler ces connaissances-là. Nous avons aussi prévu d'élaborer un boîte à outils africain, un toolkit africain pour l'intégration de ces savoirs dans les politiques publiques. Donc, un livret sera décerné aux décideurs politiques pour la préservation écologique des ressources médicinales, l'appui à l'agroécologie, subvention, labellisation locale, intégration et traçabilité des praticiens traditionnels, mais aussi pour mieux impacter la souveraineté scientifique africaine et valoriser des savoirs endogènes. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne saurais ou je ne pourrais terminer cette présentation sans citer Ngugi wa Thiong'o, qui affirmait in Decolonizing the Mind que la décolonisation de l'esprit commence par la réaffirmation des savoirs ancestraux qui sont riches et complets et qui ne demandent qu'à être valorisés et transmis. Merci pour votre aimable attention.
Voilà, merci. Nous allons inviter maintenant le discutant ou la discutante je crois, il doit émaner du groupe 5, si je ne me trompe pas, pour qu'elle fasse ou qu'il fasse la discussion. Mais avant qu'il n'arrive ou qu'elle n'arrive, j'attire votre attention sur un élément important que la dame a soulevé tout à l'heure. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien compris, mais elle a semblé dire que parmi certaines notes conceptuelles, il y en a qui ressemblent à des notes tirées des thèses de doctorat ou des travaux de DA. Je crois que Godwin est là. Je crois que le CODESCA sera certainement sera exigeant là-dessus. Donc, il ne sera pas question ici de prendre sa thèse de doctorat ou son mémoire de DA que l'on a défendu pour nous l'amener ici comme un travail qui a fait l'objet d'un... Donc, il faut vraiment faire faut faire le distinguo entre votre thèse de doctorat, votre mémoire de DA et ce travail. Ça, c'est un travail original que vous devez réaliser, qui doit vous conduire sur le terrain pour que vous fassiez un travail original tel qu'attendu par rapport à l'appel à communication. Je crois qu'il faudra que nous soyons peut-être très vigilants là-dessus. Merci. Alors, j'invite le discutant à nous faire la discussion.
Yeah, my name is Enoch Makalira. I'm representing group number 5, which is a discussant for group number 8. Now, first and foremost, I just want to congratulate group number 8 for their presentation, especially for that opening. That Ina song was quite touching, and it had a good sweet melodies. Yeah. So regarding their work, the proposal is strong, because it brings together researchers from different African countries and fields to protect and promote traditional medicine and farming knowledge, right? Also, it clearly shows how local healing practices, women's role, and environmental knowledge help communities stay healthy and adapt to climate change. Now, their plan to create an African research network, a practical toolkit, and a guide for policymakers makes their work useful and action-oriented. Now, the key insight is that indigenous knowledge is not only cultural, it's also a real scientific and environmental resources that connects people, health, and nature. With that being said, we thought that the proposal could explain more clearly, how the collaboration will work in practice. Like who does what, how the results will be shared, and how the communities will directly benefit. It could also strengthen the plan for long-term sustainability and how traditional healers' rights and knowledge will be protected. I think this is very important and should be articulated clearly in their work. Now, regarding to how it links to the bigger indigenous knowledge conservation, I think that was one of the components also, where it treats local healing, farming, and climate practices as real, valuable knowledge, not add-ons. Also, it shows women as key knowledge keepers, passing skills and remedies across generations. Also, it pushes for practical integration of indigenous knowledge into schools, health system, and policy. Lastly, it connects community wisdom with modern tools such as mapping, job testing, participatory GIS. So indigenous knowledge can guide everyday health and climate resilience. Now, we have like 2 questions. The first one is how can traditional medical and farming knowledge be protected? It's very important from misuse or exploitation while still be shared for scientific and policy purposes. That's the first question. The second, what's the best way to combine indigenous knowledge and modern science, right? For example, in mapping plants, testing medicine, or designing health programs without losing, the original community meeting. Yeah, I think maybe I should just add one also. Okay, when indigenous, this is good. When indigenous and scientific knowledge give different answers, right? Whose knowledge should guide policy? And how do we decide that fairly? Thank you so much.
Merci. Alors, je voudrais d'abord que vous puissiez réagir à ces 3 questions qui ont été posées avant que je n'accorde la parole à l'auditoire. Alors, qui va se jeter à l'eau? Allez-y.
Je tiens à remercier le public, notre collègue pour la présentation. Et j'aimerais aborder d'abord pour les sujets de thèse que le docteur vient d'énumérer. Tout d'abord, nous avons déposé ou soumettre les candidatures selon nos sujets de thèse. Mais à voir l'évolution du travail et ce que le programme nous demande, nous avons essayé de relever certains objectifs qui nous permettra de continuer le travail. Par exemple, moi, je travaillais sur l'analyse de l'utilisation des produits pour le rétrécissement du sexe féminin. Mais compte tenu du programme des 7 mois, j'ai essayé de relever un objectif qui consiste à analyser la composition chimique des plantes utilisées par les femmes pour le rétrécissement du sexe féminin, pour ne pas dire le vagin. Et pour la collaboration, c'est vrai, nous venons des différents pays Et pour le moment, avec la technologie de nos jours, nous comptons créer un groupe. En dehors de ça, nous avons des anthropologues, des biologistes qui nous permettra de collecter certaines plantes dans chaque pays. Et nous croyons bien qu'avec l'évolution, pendant les 7 mois, nous saurons comment faire pour atteindre nos objectifs. Merci.
Merci.
Alors, pour répondre aux autres questions, déjà, la recommandation, dans sa recommandation, il y avait une sorte de question qui n'a pas été dite. Il nous a demandé qui fera quoi et comment les détenteurs de savoir vont en bénéficier. D'abord, il faut savoir qu'on ne va pas tous aller en même temps dans un terrain, ensuite dans l'autre. Chacun ira faire son terrain conformément à la note conceptuelle qu'il avait envoyée au départ et qu'il a amenée ici. Et donc, ce sont les socio-anthropologues qui se chargeront du volet anthropologique et le géographe se chargera du volet géosanitaire, etc., etc. C'est une fois qu'on aura terminé qu'on va chercher à créer des ponts entre nos différentes disciplines et les différents résultats qu'on a eu à collecter. Et comment les détenteurs vont en bénéficier? Nous l'avons dit, nous allons essayer de mettre en place un toolkit qui prendra en charge comment préserver, comment faire les actions pour préserver les plantes médicinales, aussi bien le savoir-faire que le savoir tout court. Et à travers aussi les notes politiques que nous allons adresser, ça va permettre, on l'espère, de pouvoir créer des emplois et des opportunités pour ces détenteurs de savoir, ainsi qu'à vulgariser leur savoir. Et non plus à les considérer comme des personnes ressources, mais comme de véritables acteurs de ces domaines. Et donc, comment protéger la pharmacopée? Nous l'avons expliqué, peut-être nous n'avons pas eu le temps d'aller un peu plus en profondeur, mais toutes nos thématiques sont à peu près liées. Si par exemple, nous qui traitons des traitements par les plantes médicinales de la maladie hémorroïdaire, si on découvre par exemple une plante comme la morcose, on peut charger notre biologiste de faire des analyses en laboratoire. C'est ce qu'on appelle l'ethnopharmacologie. C'est une discipline qui permet de créer des ponts entre médecine traditionnelle et biomédecine. Et cela permet de valider des connaissances autochtones. C'est un peu comme une sorte de coopération qui fait que chaque discipline y voit son compte. Et donc, les géographes pourra aussi nous permettre de faire des cartographies, de savoir où trouver cette plante-ci et où répertorier ces maladies. Ça nous permettra aussi de faciliter la protection de la biodiversité, ce qui concerne aussi notre écologiste qui est là. Vous voyez donc que toutes nos disciplines s'interconnectent et ont d'énormes potentialités de partenariat. Et ouais, je pense que c'était ça. Si j'ai oublié une question, non, mes camarades pourront y répondre. Merci.
Ok, merci. Alors, dans la salle, oui. Et le micro baladeur, s'il vous plaît. Qui devant?
Sénéal du Bénin. Merci pour votre présentation, merci pour le travail abattu. Moi, j'ai une question par rapport à la création d'un réseau panafricain. Est-ce que ça ne revient pas à créer un deuxième Codesria? Parce que Codesria déjà est en train d'intégrer les détenteurs de savoir, les chercheurs, et nous faisons tous partie de ce Codesria-là où nous pouvons trouver les informations et vous voulez créer un réseau encore où il y a les mêmes choses. Est-ce que ce n'est pas un deuxième Codesria que vous voulez créer?
Oui.
Le micro est à ce niveau. D'accord. Merci beaucoup et félicitations au groupe pour la brillante présentation. Je vois que ils ont traité des plantes médicinales.
Mais l'autre défi aujourd'hui, c'est comment préserver la diversité ou les espèces médicinales. Moi, je travaille sur la thématique et souvent la difficulté sur le terrain se pose au niveau des espèces. Il y a des espèces qui soignent, mais les tradithérapeutes ont des difficultés pour les préserver. Et mon intervention ne vise pas seulement le groupe, mais je voulais demander comment est-ce que le codicéa a la possibilité, souvent dans les projets ou les appels à la bourse, est-ce qu'il y a une possibilité d'orienter ou demander certaines candidatures uniquement pour orienter vers la préservation de ces espèces-là? Merci.
OK, merci.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Angeline from Uganda, Angeline Chisache. I thank the group for such a comprehensive presentation. We really appreciate. I have some questions in regards to the methodology. As you are presenting, you mentioned of the study population where you mentioned children and women. So I'm asking, therefore, as we understand on the sake of children, those are minors. So that kind of brings ethical issues. You have to, you cannot interview a minor. There's got to be, how do you call it in social sciences?
Okay.
Not only concept, but there's got to be another person responsible for that minor, okay? So that means you're going to spend more time with that interview, with that child. But also in terms of objectivity that comes from interviewing a child, the cognitive abilities of a child, their emotional intelligence. This child has not gone through all this, is still developing. So how sure are you that the information they are going to give in terms of indigenous knowledge, how are you going to be sure that it's the information that you're looking for? You also mentioned on, that's question 2, on an evolving methodology, a surveying methodology. So I'm asking, are there other studies that you could have benchmarked on related to that? As they always say, there's nothing new under the sun. So there could be other methodologies that, other studies that have been done. What methodologies have they used? And therefore they can help you guide and help you understand who you're studying and why you're studying them, and therefore give you a sketch of a methodology. And then you said, so if it's a surveying methodology, but you have a study population. So I'm asking myself, on what basis then did you decide that you're going to study women and children, and then you don't have a methodology? Because of 7 months. I feel like, yeah. Yes, thank you.
Merci. Derrière vous.
Hello. Hello. Can I speak? Okay. Thank you very much. Emmanuel here. I like your work, and I'm going to speak to Codestria at the same time speak to you as a group. For me, I wish Codestria will give you a lot of money for your work. Yes, because then if you look at the steps involved in your whole work, we are starting from ethnobotanical studies, laboratory assays, and laboratory assays are expensive. All right, so I want to know if you have some form of institutional alignment, such that you would get most of these wet labs to conduct your assays. If not, then I can jointly plead Codestria to give a lot of money for your work. The feasibility in terms of the time frame, the financial involvement, I fear for you, but I'm pleading with Codestria to really look at how they can help you achieve your goals. Thank you.
Merci. On prend une question. On s'arrête d'abord à ce niveau-là. Ils vont réagir, puis je reviendrai vers vous. Une question.
Thank you. I think that this question might be not just a question for the group, but for the room as well, right? So these systems of knowledge keeping and sharing have existed and have been used in spite of and not because of colonialism, extractivism, commercialization, exclusionary digitization, patriarchy, and so forth. So how are we thinking about how we frame ourselves in this already existing and resisting ecosystem of indigenous knowledge system, indigenous knowledge keepers, sorry, who are we really doing this for, right? So if we are taking this information and digitizing it, who is it for? Is it to appeal to Western knowledge systems to say, this is a legitimate system, look at it, we are also African, we also produce things? Is it to appeal to our own preconceived ideas about what we can do with this for our own careers? Because I understand we are a lot of young researchers in this room. Are we saying we want to go into this community so that I can write that paper and come out of that and get access to a journal or whatever? So that's part one of the question. My second part of this question is around how we access then the ordinary in these groups. So I hear the group's intention to focus on women and young people in communities. How exactly are you thinking about framing that in your individual proposals? Because I understand that it's not, we couldn't possibly have created a watertight proposal in 1 weekend, sorry. So how are we thinking about how we get access to people that are usually marginalized and are silenced in communities, with the limited time and all of that we have? And then my third one is around
Soyez bref maintenant. Vraiment, soyez bref. C'est la troisième question. Allez.
Sure. So I'm thinking about how the protection of this knowledge outside of this would take place. So in mapping where medicinal plants are and all of that, and some of it, there isn't an actual custodian of the plant, right? It grows in the wild. So how do you get consent to map out certain things like plants? Yeah, thanks.
Alors, vous réagissez d'abord à ces 4 ou 5 questions, puis je reviendrai vers le public. Qui prend la parole?
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis Nafissa Rahal de la Tunisie. Alors, je reviens à votre question, Madame Nihel. La création du réseau panafricain. Donc, on n'a pas l'intention de remplacer Codesria. Ce réseau aura pour objectif de préserver et de sauvegarder les connaissances et les savoirs autochtones. Donc, il sera juridiquement établi afin d'élever des fonds et de mobiliser des ressources financières pour les accorder aux peuples autochtones afin de leur permettre de préserver leur héritage et leurs connaissances. Voilà.
Oui. Réagis?
Oui, merci. Pour la question qui concerne l'implication des mineurs. Au fait, parmi nous, nous avons certaines personnes qui travaillent sur l'utilisation des plantes qui sont issues culturelles, c'est-à-dire c'est depuis le bas âge de la petite, de la fillette, qu'on apprend que certaines plantes concernent l'intimité de la fillette. Même si les questions ne vont pas directement à la fillette, si la fillette est auprès de sa maman, elle pourra répondre. Voilà pourquoi nous avons impliqué les mineurs. Merci.
Oui, allez-y. Et peut-être ajouter quelque chose par rapport à ça, du point de vue méthodologique. Certains d'entre nous sont anthropologues et dans notre discipline, il y a des méthodes qui nous permettent d'enquêter des mineurs. Il y a même des études de référence sur ce domaine. Je vous renvoie à l'étude de Zempleni, l'enfant en Nid-Koubon. Il y a des protocoles qui nous permettent d'enquêter des enfants, bien sûr avec le consentement de leurs enfants, mais il y a une grande part de psychologie qui entre en compte. Et il y a donc une grande base de données qui peut nous permettre de contourner ces difficultés et d'enquêter des mineurs. C'est bien possible. Je voulais juste faire cette...
Oui, oui.
Bonjour. Concernant également la question sur les liens entre la cartographie et les savoirs autochtones en santé. En fait, dans cette partie, ce que nous allons faire, nous allons essayer de faire une base de données spécifique de chaque plante avec dans les localités afin de pouvoir catégoriser et de pouvoir établir une carte de représentation spatiale des zones et également des maladies qui peuvent être guéries par ces différentes plantes. En cela, nous notons également à la création d'un centre de réseau panafricain, ajouté à ce que la dame nous a parlé. Nous ne voulons pas faire, mais nous voulons également échanger nos différentes connaissances et les données qui vont être issues de nos différentes recherches, en vue également de les vulgariser dans nos universités et dans nos pays. J'ai également relevé à la question de Karim, concernant des espèces médicales. Dans cette question, nous essayons de répondre que la première des choses qu'il faut faire, c'est la transmission des connaissances que nos parents ou bien nous-mêmes, nous connaissons déjà. Nous allons essayer d'abord de les transmettre aux prochaines générations, mais aussi d'appliquer la biogéographie, c'est-à-dire de catégoriser et de préserver, de protéger certains types de plantes, surtout à caractère biomédical. Ça, c'est les réponses que j'ai eues à noter et que j'ai pu essayer d'apporter des réponses. Merci.
Merci. Alors, qui répond? Je crois qu'il doit y avoir une ou deux questions.
Bon, je réponds concernant la question posée sur la préservation des plantes. Je pense que c'est une question un peu complexe et la préservation aussi est une question un peu complexe. Je ne veux pas être prescriptif, c'est pourquoi je vous réponds en disant que c'est des mesures politiques qu'ils demandent, mais qui demandent également la mobilisation d'un certain nombre d'acteurs. Ce n'est pas du jour au lendemain qu'on peut se lever pour dire qu'on va préserver de telle plante ou de telle plante et que de choisir une ou autre. Maintenant, si on interroge au niveau des mesures politiques, on pourrait avoir des pistes de réflexion ou bien des pistes de réponse qui néanmoins demandera également des études ou des questions de la prise en compte du contexte dans lequel on est. Et sur le plan politique, si on tenterait de répondre à cette question, moi je dirais plutôt qu'il faut commencer d'abord par réglementer l'accueil de ces plantes-là et que essayer de conscientiser également les populations locales que ces plantes qu'ils utilisent sont les autres et que c'est bon pour la pérennisation et qu'ils les permettent également de résoudre un bon nombre de questions de santé et de préservation. Merci.
Votre intervention, oui.
Moi, c'est Maïliman Iadjanabou du Cameroun. Je voulais ajouter quelque chose concernant l'intégration des enfants dans la recherche. J'ai eu à faire le terrain dans la zone de l'extrême nord du Cameroun et j'ai eu à discuter avec certains enfants dans le domaine de l'agroélevage et l'agropastoralisme. Et je vous assure que ces enfants ont des connaissances qui me dépassent moi-même. Ils savent quelle terre il faut utiliser pour telle culture, quelle plante il faut utiliser pour soigner tel animal et telle plante ne va pas avec tel animal. Et c'est pour cela qu'on veut intégrer ces enfants. Ils ont aussi un potentiel concernant la conservation des produits après la culture ou la récolte. C'est ça.
Pour ces précisions, je crois qu'on prend une dernière série de questions. Est-ce qu'il y a encore des questions dans la salle? Ah, il y a une réponse. OK, merci.
Thank you. So I formed part of the respondents for this group. So actually it's an observation, few questions. So GIS is used as a tool to map out diseases and related medicinal plants. So you spoke about your method of data collection, but I don't think it was adequately answered because you spoke about characterization of your plants and your localities. That's a form of data characterization, not a data collection method. So I'll say the question again. What is your method of collecting data for this? And then number two, maps are recognized to distort the historical and spatial boundaries of communities as it employs Western understandings. So will you use A, QGIS or ArcGIS to represent these Western understandings of these communities and their spatial boundaries? B, will you understand how local people understand their space by co-producing historical maps in order to carry out this historical exercise? Number three, the intent to map out diseases may be too broad, especially within a 7th-month project timeline, and is also quite time consuming, especially when you're using GIS to spatially represent this data. So what are the main diseases that this group will focus on? Sorry, I have like another one that I really want to touch upon. You speak about the support for agroecology through subsidies and local certification. So certification suggests there's a framework that is measured against for quality control. So I'm curious as to, one, who determines the certification? What are the benefits? And three, how are you going to ensure there's no bureaucratical hurdles that are created throughout this process?
Merci. Une autre question dans la salle, ou bien deux? On en prend deux ou trois, comme ça vous allez réagir une fois pour toutes.
Hello. Hi, am I audible? I don't have a question. I just have a remark. That was an absolutely amazing presentation. That was my favorite so far. It's so inspiring. It also relates to our topic, and I love the dimensions you added to it. You touched on so many things. And can we please stay in touch? I want to learn so much from you. That was amazing.
Une autre question? Voilà, apparemment, il y a plus de questions. Comme ça, voilà, il y avait une question en suspens à laquelle vous voulez répondre, plus les deux autres trois. Allez.
Bonjour à tout le monde. C'est Cheikh Diop du Sénégal. Je voulais tout simplement répondre à une question qui nous demande comment on peut faire pour collecter les données. Il a posé tout à l'heure. Je pense que si vous lisez bien le document, on a bien dit que c'est un groupe interdisciplinaire. Donc, chacun va faire les analyses et les collectes. Après, on va essayer de collaborer. Donc, c'est un groupe interdisciplinaire qui compte mettre en place une architecture de collaboration structurée de sorte que à permettre à chaque discipline d'apporter sa contribution avec les méthodes qui sont les siennes, tout en prenant en considération aussi les apports fécondants des autres disciplines. Et pour répondre aussi à une question qui dit que sur quelle base nous nous sommes fondés pour insister sur les femmes. Je pense que c'est ça, si j'ai bien compris. Nous savons tous que les principales détentrices des savoirs autochtones ici en Afrique, ce sont les femmes. Donc forcément, notre travail va mettre l'accent sur les femmes. Donc je pense que ça, c'est une évidence. Merci beaucoup.
Ici.
Bonjour, je suis Mireille Fatima Diallo du Sénégal. Pour répondre à la question de Emmanuel, je crois, concernant la faisabilité du travail, étant donné que nous avons impliqué des États différents, comme vient de le dire mon camarade Cheikh Diop, nous sommes un groupe pluridisciplinaire, mais aussi plurirégional, et nous allons faire en sorte pour réussir ce projet que chacun, une fois chez lui, pourra réaliser les enquêtes à faire ou les entretiens ou les exercices que nous devons incorporer dans le programme et qui sont à faire dans le pays où elles se trouvent. Et pour une autre question concernant la numérisation des connaissances, nous n'allons pas marginaliser certaines sociétés et nous allons faire en sorte que toutes les personnes qui devront nous donner des réponses soient des co-créateurs et nous allons les impliquer de manière complète dans le programme afin qu'ils puissent donner leur part de réponse pour le programme, mais aussi qu'ils puissent y avoir un retour bénéfique à leur compte. Merci.
Concernant la question sur la méthodologie, nous pensons adopter la méthodologie mixte parce que nous aurons les entretiens à faire et si le temps nous permet, nous aurons des analyses dans les laboratoires. Pour le moment, nous ne sommes pas encore sûrs parce que nous avons 7 mois. Mais ce que nous savons, c'est la méthodologie mixte, c'est-à-dire la qualitative et quantitative. Merci.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Adia Fatou du Sénégal. Alors, j'aimerais apporter ma contribution par rapport à une question, à savoir comment accéder à ces groupes ordinaires. Je pense qu'elle parlait des détenteurs de savoir. Alors, il faut prendre en compte le fait que déjà avec Forestria, nous avons l'approche à respecter, c'est-à-dire la collaboration avec ces détenteurs-là. Et j'ai constaté en fait depuis la pandémie du COVID-19, ces détenteurs de savoir-là, ils ont besoin de s'exprimer, d'être reconnus. Donc, je pense qu'avec les techniques d'approche participative et immersive en anthropologie, ça ne sera pas si difficile que cela. Parce que déjà, avec nos enquêtes exploratoires qu'on a à faire au Sénégal, vous voyez qu'ils sont bien enthousiastes à participer à ce genre de projet. Donc, je ne pense pas que ça soit un problème. Merci. Il y avait une question qui était en rapport avec la labellisation concernant les pratiques agroécologiques. Il faut savoir que on l'a bien précisé sur le livret qui est destiné aux décideurs. Donc, cette labellisation va se faire par le truchement de politiques gouvernementales qui seront vraiment le travail des décideurs politiques dans la logique d'intégrer les agro-éleveurs, mais aussi de leur accorder ou de leur permettre d'avoir une certaine visibilité et une certaine crédibilité. Merci beaucoup.
Peut-être finir avec la question de la faisabilité. On n'est pas crédule. Nous savons bien que nous ne pouvons pas faire tout ça en 7 mois. Mais c'est peut-être là le but inavoué, peut-être lancer un appel du pied au Codestria et à l'AFRIAK. Certes, oui, nous pouvons faire nos travaux respectifs en 7 mois, mais le travail de groupe, le travail du collectif que nous formons, il faudra plus de 7 mois pour le faire. Et j'espère bien que tout le monde ne va pas juste manger l'argent de Mastercard et se casser après les 7 mois. On espère que ce programme pourra être prolongé sous d'autres formes pour pouvoir atteindre tous nos objectifs. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Merci beaucoup pour toutes ces questions et pour toutes ces réponses. Alors, je crois que nous allons devoir arrêter à ce niveau parce qu'il est déjà 12h22 ou 25. Et voilà. D'abord, je vous demande d'applaudir une fois de plus. Applaudissez pour le groupe. Merci. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des cadeaux, Yemi. Non, mais c'est une injustice.
So thank you very much. You can join your group. No? Okay, please stand up and we'll get your gift as well.
I'm gonna ask one person from the group to stay with me. Someone from the group to stay with me and help me choose the next groups. I need one person. Il y a besoin d'une personne de votre groupe. Tu viens? Oui. So we have group 1, group 6, group 7, group 8, group 10, and group 17 already presented. So the group left are 2, 3, 5, 11, 2, 3, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So among all these groups, please choose two that will come after lunch.
Ok, merci déjà pour ce privilège. Aléatoirement, je commence d'abord par le groupe 14 et le groupe numéro 2.
So group 14 and group 2 after lunch. One thing, don't forget to put the grade you're giving to each group somewhere, okay? So that the last day you can just put it in the form. But don't forget to talk among yourself in your group and grade each group that's coming here so that on Friday you can put it in the form. So have a nice lunch and I will see you back here at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Everyone, welcome back from the launch. Group 14 can start coming to the fronts. We'll start in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Bon, voilà. Alors, nous allons devoir commencer. Alors, j'invite les membres du groupe 14 à se joindre à moi. Les membres du groupe, nos collègues du groupe 14. Alors, nous allons commencer. Je crois que tout le monde est là. Alors, je ne sais pas s'il y a... C'est vous qui allez présenter? D'accord, vous pouvez passer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamandan Lawani from Malawi. Je m'appelle Tamanda Jabit Malawi. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to greet you all in my common language, Chichewa. So when I say Mulibanji nonse, please respond with me, Tilibwino kainuyo. Hope you got it. When I say Mulibanji nonse, you respond, Tilibwino kainu. When I say Mulibanji nonse, that's a greeting in Chichewa, and you respond to me, Tilibwino kainu. Tilibwino kainu. Mulibanji nonse. Mulibanji nonse. So everyone tell his or her neighbor that Mulibanji nonse. So your neighbor should respond Tilibwino kainu. Okay, thank you so much. That was super glorious. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for providing us with this invaluable opportunity to collaborate and network. We don't take this for granted, but we say thank you. Our group, you can see we are 10, comprises of a diverse researchers from different countries. So 5 from Kenya, we have 5 from Kenya, you can just 5 from Kenya, 2 from Uganda, 1 from Nigeria, and 1 from Malawi. So for this point in time, may I call the first presenter to take the floor. Thank you so much. Merci.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that we are presenting in the afternoon after filling our stomachs. And you know very well, our minds don't work well in a full stomach, but we'll try as much as possible to do what we are supposed to do. Our group is diverse. It consists of different people from different countries, but we believe that we are one in one cause of indigenous knowledge. And under our group, we have different project topics spanning through agricultural value chain. Because we've realized that agriculture has been modernized and it's really affecting us because we usually tell people we are what we eat, and what we eat starts from the seed. It starts all the way from the soil up to the end product. The quality of this food runs through the agricultural value chain. Therefore, how are we doing our agriculture? Was our agricultural practices bad before us taking the nutrition aspect of agriculture? We came up with a theme that runs through the project concept that we are having as a group, and it goes integrating indigenous knowledge for sustainable agricultural system, food nutrition, and climate resilience in Africa. You can see it is a whole topic spanning from seed to the end product, which is food. And I'll refer to my hometown. For instance, in Kakamega County, we have this crying stone. We used to have a crying stone, a stone that brings out tears. But after some times, we realized that the trees, the indigenous trees that were surrounding that trees were cut, and the stone with its cultural belief does not cry nowadays. So we need to weigh which aspect of the European aspect are we bringing into our indigenous knowledge. We also have organic farming. You can see that before you import or export things to the Western countries, they tell you that you need to meet the organic nature of their standards. How comes? Because we used to have this organic in our presence. What happened? They brought the modern way of doing agriculture, but now they are running and taking away our knowledge. So we should grab that knowledge and make sure we are the owners of that knowledge going forward. Our group consists of group composition, as she has said. There is key strength and gaps from the peer review. We have points of convergence or common themes, collaboration opportunities, and then proposed policy action. And then lastly, we have visions and conclusion. Because for us to do something, we need to know, or we need to know what we want to achieve. We envision ourselves after doing this and that. In 10 years' time, where will we be? And then we have different people, and I'll just acknowledge them by the respective profession that they are doing. We have Tengu Salmanas Nomishan, that is an archaeologist from Nigeria. David Ouma, that is an agricultural economist from Kenya. Mediong Kemhojo, hey, you'll forgive me there. Audrey Sinde, that is an environmental nutritionist from Cameroon. We have Namakuka Karen, agricultural environmental from Uganda. Lavenda Adhiambo, that is a waste management and circular economy specialist from Kenya. Mary Kagemi, biogeography, biodiversity, and natural resource management from Kenya. Tamadani Lawami, that is an agricultural and environmental specialist from Malawi. Kingasia Mamati, that is an environmental anthropologist from Kenya. Joanita Namhule, community nutritionist from Uganda. And then I, faithfully, Wefwila Hakasa Wilkista, clinical nutritionist, food scientist from Kenya. I go straight to our key strengths. I go straight to the key strengths in our project concept that we discussed as a group. And we could see that they presented clear objectives. They were SMART, that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Most of the objectives. They also contained a well-structured methodology involving employing community-based participatory approach, that is via focus group discussion, and also key interview in format, bringing out the oral narratives, rich in indigenous knowledge in our community. We also had a strong alignment with the AFRIAK goals and objectives on indigenous knowledge, majorly focusing on community-centered research. We are doing what we call bottom-up approach research. It is not coming from the top, but it's coming from the community level. And also the project concept put in mind the unique cultural, historical, economic, and political environment dynamics with robust problem statement, which bring into account how indigenous knowledge is going to be used to solve the problems we have more so in agriculture. And however good and beautiful you are, you also have some disadvantage, but we are allowed to take that. And we work on our weaknesses and move forward. Therefore, our weaknesses as a group or in some of the project concept was limited articulation on indigenous knowledge frameworks in some concept, because we are doing indigenous knowledge project concept. It was not clearly captured in some project concept. Our second weakness was the methodological clarity. There is need, we realized that there is need to adjust the scope for 7 months feasibility. And then after that, we had a recommendation. That is, we were recommending for sharper methodology, narrowing down the scope to target area, sample size, putting into account the target area, sample size, and time that we've been given. Because we might be having a very good proposal concept, and it can take as much as 10 years. And that is not the requirements of CODESIA. Or you can have a very big project covering the whole country. That is not realistic. And we were encouraging that we narrow down to where we want to do that proposal or that research. We also narrow down to the sample size, because you can't ask each and every person in that community. And also the time you'll take. Each and every objective should be limited to time so that we meet the requirements of the CODESIA. And then lastly, we suggested that we integrate the IK framework to have a strong argument on indigenous knowledge arena. And then the last but not least, strengthen the ethical consideration part, because you can't just do any research anywhere. There have to be some regulations and rules governing what you're doing. Now, after all said and done, we had a lengthy discussion on the issue of policy, and this one will go to our committee of research. We are asking as a group, which context can a policy become one of the objectives? You can help us there if it is possible for us to put a policy as one of the objectives, and if it is it achievable? Thank you. I'll call my co-presenter to finish the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. Tengu Noshan from Nigeria, continuing from where she stopped. So the next thing we'll be doing is to discuss points of convergence in our various concept notes. Of course, our research had a lot of common themes, because notes in our group are proposing to look into issues that address agriculture, particularly in terms of agroecology. Some are trying to revitalize some traditional practices to favor agriculture. Some are looking at climate change, and some are even trying to be innovative around creating products So to be specific, the proposer from Kenya, two proposals from Kenya aligned in terms of food resilience and climate change. We have two proposals, one from Cameroon, one from Uganda. All of them are looking at developing nutrition, nutritious infant food. So they align at that. Then we also have the proposal from Nigeria, and they are using traditional practices for agricultural practices. So the next thing we look at is opportunities for collaboration. As you follow us from where we just proceeded, you look at the common themes that lead us to understanding that if we have so many of our research sharing something in common with each other, then collaborative opportunities are abound. So if we talk about joint publications, it's also possible along the lines I just mentioned. If you talk about cross-regional framework, the research from Malawi and Nigeria aligns in terms of maybe field work. They want to do joint field work, is possible. If we look at community co-creation, also the two, in fact, 4 researchers from Kenya display some possibilities for that. So we also, as a common character in our group, we believe that all our research can do well with digital platforms. So we discuss and we look at online hubs, creation of online hubs and IK knowledge exchange. We look at including youths and balancing gender along the lines of empowerment. So we are sure that co-developing mentorship models can help promote intergenerational transfer among the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge holders that we'll be working with. So moving from here, we propose some policy actions that we think in the final analysis of everything we are doing might assist in the action phase of some of the projects we are considering. So one of them is mainstreaming indigenous knowledge in climate and agricultural policies. We have some policies already in our countries. Many other groups have been mentioning that. Our group is not different. There are policies that are already on ground in various countries that our research is going to fit in. At the end of the day, we also have a proposal to integrate indigenous food systems into nutritious strategies. If we look at the proposal from Cameroon and one proposal from Kenya, both of them are pursuing this course. We have another policy thinking around establishing community-based IK hubs. Almost all our proposals, if given the resources, can attempt to do that. Then empower women and youths as indigenous knowledge promotion agents. I think one of our colleagues here yesterday said, if you empower the women and the children, you have empowered the society. So we feel so strongly too. So having looked at all the concepts not in our group and analyze them very closely, we envision an African society where indigenous knowledge drives innovation, inform policy, and empower communities to shape their own resilient future. And I think that resonates with a lot of the proposals we have here. Many of us that even if you are looking at traditional medicine, you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at climate change, in the end, we want to look at resilience. We want to look at empowering communities around African continent to shape their future towards sustainability. So we thank you very much for listening to us.
Merci. J'invite maintenant la discutante ou le discutant à venir commenter le texte. Discutant, s'il vous plaît, ou la discutante.
Thanks for group 14, and I would like to congratulate you for the performance. And I would say we have a little confusion about your team because the concept note we receive is not the same. But I think that the content is the same, so it's not a problem for now. So the first critique we have is to ease into the interdisciplinary interaction. The diversity of the discipline that you gather, and it's very strong. But it will be useful to show how they interact in practice. So what I mean, so for example, I'll put the archaeology and the cultural anthropology complementing each other in studying local farming system. So the archaeology and the anthropology, I would say, can mix. Oh. And the second point is the method and the ethics, including concrete example for methodology, example participatory and observation case studies, and ethical threats, community content, indigenous and data ownership will make it another more robust. I don't know if I can talk more clearly because I have to think in Portuguese and translate in English. So you must forgive me. Yes. And the third point is the collaboration implementation. While the group proposed joint publication and multi-country study, adding timelines, lead, researcher, and management mechanisms, example, virtual workshop and shared that platforms, they will make the plan more attainable for you. So it's all I have. So the other thing my group will add.
Apparemment, il n'y a pas de questions, juste des commentaires. Ah, il y a quelqu'un qui ajoute? Ah, ok, d'accord. Des questions et réponses. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des questions dans la salle? À l'auditoire, le micro est là.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Mohammed Ahmed from Group 2. And thanks for your group presentation and your confidence, by the way. And what are the most, my question is here, I have only two questions, if you can allow me. And my first question is talks about what are the most common significant contributions of your work to the debate on integrating indigenous knowledge into climate resiliency and food systems. Let me repeat again. What are the most significant contributions of your work to the debate on integrating indigenous knowledge into climate resiliency and food systems. My second question is talk about, and it concerns about the collaboration opportunities, especially the joint publication. And here is this: how can collaborative publications between researchers and indigenous communities ensure ethical representation and intellectual property protection of indigenous knowledge? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Mariam Liza from group number 7, who are the discussants, and I would like to add some things. First, they said we'd raise some few areas of IPA reflection. First, maybe, for example, you mentioned that some methodologies were initially unclear and later refined. It would be, it would be helpful if we could hear more about these areas that were methodologies. Are now being used, and how will they ensure that the inclusivity and rigor is observed? And also the second issue is that the issue of broad framework, time frames was noted. For feasibility, how do you plan to balance the ambition and with the realistic implementation, especially the multi-country projects? And also, I have questions. The first one being, how do you plan to ensure that youth and women are not only involved, but actually have decision-making power in your research and advocacy processes, especially across with cultural differences? And also, given the diverse context represented in your group, how will you balance the cultural specificity with the need to generate broader and cross-cutting policy insights? Thank you.
Hello. It's me again. I'm not teaching it. I have another proposal and another point that I want to mention. I need learning your proposal, your concept notes. And in the policy proposal, the group puts forward 2 main policy actions. That is integration of EK international agriculture and climate policies through training and intention program for youth and women and marginalized youth. And the second is a community-based youth-driven intervention, including sustainable business progress and the integration of the IQ with modern innovation. So the critique is, if the body policies are strong and inclusive, we can say that, but to be actionable, I suggest to identify policy partners or stakeholders who can co-implement the initiative, include a note how progress or success will be evaluated. Example, through pilot projects or community feedback systems. Another point that I'm seeing now, it's a contribution and expected impact. The concept notes illustrate the value of IK across multiple domains: agriculture, cooperative farming in Nigeria, climate change resilience, ecology in Kenya, environment and innovation, waste to research system in law in Lake Victoria, and nutrition and health innovation in Cameroon and Uganda. And this session demonstrates the applied relevance of the projects and successfully links with IK to development of outcomes. But I would suggest to provide example or expected outcomes from each domain. Example in nutrition in IK may improve the diet diversity and local food system. And another suggestion is to highlight how youth and women are being positioned through leadership, research, and training roles.
Pour revenir à nos membres du groupe, il y a déjà 5 ou 4 questions, je crois, alors, qui peuvent réagir. Qui veulent réagir? Voilà, on commence.
Thank you so much. This is Karen Namakula from Uganda. I'm talking about the time frame. Someone and that a lady from Tanzania asked that how do we hope to work on the feasibility? So I'll give an example. One of us from Kenya, her concept note works on macadamia nut value added products to address malnutrition cases in West Pokot County. So in this project, we realized that it only needs money for it to be put into place. So if Codesria gives us money, then we can do it in the shortest time possible. Thank you. So in the 7 months, it's possible to be put into.
I'm David Ouma. So I'm going to respond to the question raised by Ahmed on our significant contribution towards climate change and food systems. So most of the concepts from the fellows, they borrow or leverage on the participatory methodologies, which points at the contribution of the indigenous knowledge holders into, getting the desired outcome of those projects which they intend to implement. Therefore, one of the contribution of these research activities will be to borrow or to leverage on the knowledge of these people which can be, leveraged with other people who are not within those contexts to make use of it in terms of being climate resilient and being food secure. Another approach which we mentioned during the presentation is some of the outcomes of different research aim to establish some of the key points, such as developing digital knowledge platform where knowledge can be shared. So that will be a contribution to this discourse of climate change and food security. Maybe to put on the last point on that, one of the key attributes, I think, from one of the research fellow pointed out that they would want to, co-develop learning hubs which will disseminate this information, which somehow is limited in those areas where they are doing this research. Thank you.
Okay, I also want to answer the question on common significant contribution of our work in direction to climate resiliency and food systems. A food system refers to the entire network of activities that people do, resources involved in producing, commercializing, consuming, and disposing of food. So one of our projects, for example, is on the case of malnutrition in a given community in Kenya, the production of a fortified food to palliate to this malnutrition. Another of the project is on the production of waste to resource, to turn waste to resources in order to combat climate change. I think this project clearly outline our important contributions to climate and food system, because you spoke about anthropologists and sociologists. We realized at the beginning of this session, we said that interdisciplinary problems have interdisciplinary solutions. So a sociologist, because when we talk about food, food is not only what you see on the table, it requires all the activities socially, culturally, the acceptance of food culturally. So this is the role of sociologists in this our group. Thank you.
Okay, there was a question touching on the policy makers so that we ensure that this update is taken up correctly. For instance, when we talk of health, there is always documented data that gives out the statistics of the malnutrition, for example, in a particular area. Therefore, we are not going to work alone. We are going to work with the health sector to ensure that they see the importance of what we are trying to do in indigenous aspects so that they can add it into their policies. That is the strategy we are going to use. And also we are going to use the community elders because we know these are the people, the keepers of the household, and they can help us even disseminate at the household level. And most of us know we are working with women because we believe that women are the custodian of the kitchen, and when they understand that aspect of food and nutrition security, the whole household will be food secure. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Uh,
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments and questions. I would just like to give a brief about some of the highlights. One, someone asked about a significance we have in climate system resilience, and one of our studies on finger millet in Malawi. In some of our countries, like finger millet has been a neglected crop, and it's drought resistant. So some of these studies are bringing us back to what we used to do in the olden days. Talk of agroecology, we have 13 principles of agroecology. Some of them is what we used to do: waste management, water conservation and harvesting. That's what we used to do in the olden days. Even if we talk about composting and manure, use of manure for our own food production. So we want to go back to where we lost the track in terms of food system and also climate resilience. In terms of methodology, yes, we propose to make sure that all our researches are well tailored towards the social science, because one of the key things is consent of the custodians of this knowledge. The other issue is we have a lot of issues with data protection. So you need to let this person understand, where are you getting this information from, him or her? Because at the end of the day, we don't only want to collect data from the person and use it for our own gain. We need to ensure that this person is well protected in terms of their intellectual property. Then we really appreciate one of the speaker who talked about mainstreaming of these policies into national agricultural and climate policies. And for sure, we are not reinventing the wheel, but we are here to leverage on what is existing and reinforce it to ensure that we have a comprehensive system. Because like, for example, if I start with the nutrition, for sure you can't produce food that is not nutritious. You talk of, the president also highlighted the issue of seeds. Look at, for example, a maize seed from the farm. That maize seed is affected by the soil health. So if the soils have diseases or they are degraded, that maize seed will not produce, so we'll have low productivity. If the soils are diseased or they have diseases, you as a consumer of that maize will be affected. So if we use the indigenous maize that we used to grow in our different countries, we'll be able to produce nutritious food, and we'll have enough produce for our own use. So we also introduce the issues back again of agroecology. Agroecology for sure is not new. It's what used to be there, but now the term has been coined. So we need to go back to where we lost the track. Thank you.
To emphasize on that, for instance, when we do agriculture, you realize that we encourage intercropping. Intercropping was being done long time ago, and it is not a new thing that we are emphasizing now. When you do intercropping, you can bring up something or another crop that this pest and diseases don't want to smell that. For example, we talk of aloe vera. When you plant aloe vera amongst your crops, there are some pests that do not like the smell of aloe vera. That is the natural way of ensuring food and nutrition security. For instance, they have come up with pesticides, and these pesticides are affecting the quality of food at the end product. Now we want to ensure that the value chain right from the soil is safe for the end product that is coming out of that agricultural value chain.
Thank you so much. She has just reminded me something. If I may ask around the room, how many of us take cassava? Maybe very few, right? In the olden days, like I had a friend from Luyaland who is older than me. He told me that in the olden days, they used to take ugali from cassava. But right now, it was portrayed like it's a poverty. People who take ugali from cassava are poor. So everybody runs to the high branded maize flour.
So we were pretend to believe that our food is not good. And we ran into processed foods, which are bringing a lot of lifestyle diseases. So in addition to this, cassava is very good in terms of soil health because one, it holds the soil together. So if you grow cassava, you are sure that your soil will not be susceptible to soil erosion. The waste from cassava is also organic products. So you don't need to use pesticides and chemicals to improve your soil health. So for sure, we need to go back to our roots. Thank you.
J'ai vu, il y a une personne qui voulait parler, s'exprimer là, voilà.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. I absolutely agree with your concept note. I think it's absolutely important in this time. But I would like to raise some challenges in terms of what you might experience in the field. I've been able to go to some traditional festivals in Zambia and Malawi. And what I've noticed, these festivals were Mteto Festival and Nchwala Festival. And what I noticed there was that the agricultural corporations are heavily embedded in the indigenous knowledge sector. So they give funding opportunities to indigenous knowledge leaders. And so there is a conflict of interest because you have brilliant ideas that need to be implemented on the ground, but you might find that people who will challenge that implementation are the exact same people who you're trying to work with, right? So for example, you will find large-scale agricultural companies as well as companies like Seco, Zamco, and all of those things, right? So how do you intend to address this conflict of interest? Another conflict of interest that will come up is with the kind of messaging that happens between government organizations that go into the indigenous communities and deal with these indigenous communities quite often. I think we heard today, earlier this morning, this idea of research fatigue. So a lot of these communities have had all of these great innovative ideas presented to them in one way or another, but oftentimes it has resulted in the degradation of their local indigenous species as well as their soils. How do you intend to get around this issue? Because this is fundamentally going to come up. If it's not with the governmental organizations, it's with organizations that are often called these permaculture networks, you know, the NGO frameworks. So how do you get around these particular organizations? And one more thing, just in terms of your group's approach to the question of genetically modified organisms and hybridized crops. We know that there's a distinction between these two concepts, right? But we were talking today about which kinds of knowledge we can appropriate in order to approach the questions and the problems that we face in our particular context. We know that certain methodologies are more invasive than other methodologies, and other methodologies can be appropriated to, for example, make particular crops drought resistant in context where there's an issue of drought. So how do you kind of navigate around some of these thorny issues? Thank you very much.
Priscilla.
Hello.
Thank you very much to that group for your proposal. I just had a question. One of your areas is impacting on malnutrition in West Pokot by using macadamia nuts. If I'm not wrong, macadamia nuts are grown somewhere in Embu, in Kenya, not in West Pokot. So if we are to harness the local knowledge of the Pokot, why can't we see what the Pokots can use to impact on their own malnutrition? Because if you bring the macadamia nuts, give them for 7 months, malnutrition improves, then you go away, they will not get the macadamia nuts, then they go back to what they were doing before. But if you use their local knowledge, what had they been using before, or what can you improve so that there is sustainability in the nutrition of those children after you have left with your macadamia nuts?
Là, oui, la personne qui voulait s'exprimer là. Oui. Madame, là-bas. Ici. Ouais. Ouais.
Okay, I'm Blessing from Nigeria. I want to thank the group for their presentation. Why I'm interested in these aspects is because I did a project on agriculture and organic farming. And here's my question to people that did something on organic farming. It's obvious that this indigenous knowledge on organic farming is in existence. Like we talk about compost making, the building of zypos for water conservations, the use of our own indigenous seeds, and our method of making our mulching materials and all of that. But you see that some of this knowledge, you go to these communities and because of the Western interference, you see that we are meant to believe that using hybrid seeds gives more yield. We are meant to believe that using non-organic chemicals will boost your rice farming, your maize farming. I see let me take for example, my grandmom in the village is calling you, please send money for chemicals, send money. So even when you try to preach organic farming, you just use your natural ash to control pests, you just spray it in your farm, you see that it's not really yielding our effort because we have this knowledge of anything that is Western is better. So, and I heard the speaker said, we need to go back. She kept emphasizing we need to go back. We need to go back to our value chain. And my question is, how do we need to go back? What are the techniques put in place? Because of course, organic farming is in existence. How do I convince my grandmother in the village that this Western chemical you are talking about that we need to buy is not what will boost your farm, but just doing it in a natural and indigenous way? So the first question is, what are the methodologies put in place for me to convince stakeholders in our communities that we need to go back to our roots? What kind of messaging? How am I going to package this messaging? Because it seems like whatever you are saying is not really making sense. They already have a preconception that anything Western is the best. So how do we go back? How do we go and erase this value chain and begin to make them think indigenous, begin to make them want to use our own kind of seed, not believing that it's a seed that comes from the Western world that boosts production? How do I make her believe that there's a kind of water conservation method and she doesn't feel like I need to go and bring a tractor that will continue to till the soil, that will make it lose its fertility? How do we go back? What are the methodologies that we need to put in place to go back?
Merci. On va s'arrêter d'abord à ce niveau ici. Parce que je crois qu'il y a deux questions sur le conflit d'intérêts. Une question sur l'agriculture biologique, une sur la malnutrition, je crois. Alors, réagissez.
Okay, please. Let me start with the last question about how we are going to convince indigenous people to go back to the indigenous ways of farming. I will give this example. I think in 2023, I am from Benue State in Nigeria, so there is this seed crop that when I was small, used to do very well in Benue State, guinea corn. So the guinea corn used to produce very well. Now, if you plant it in some places in the States, it doesn't yield. It will just grow and keep growing and keep growing. and it will not produce. So I was in a area in the States sometime last year. So some people where I sat were discussing about the matter. They were even saying that maybe his ancestors that are angry with the people. So I held them for some time and I asked them that what about the chemicals we're using in our farms? Because we know those are serious. And guinea corn happened to be one of the cereals that must be pollinated by certain insects. And these insects usually get killed when you spray the farm. So you keep spraying your farm over and over again year after year, and you kill all the insects that are supposed to pollinate the guinea corn. So it do not produce again in your area. It's not a spiritual problem. It is an act that you have accepted in your own community over time that is working against you. So it was a striking information to them. They have never thought like that. I think some of them must have been praying in the church concerning the problem. So when we are talking about methodology in problems like this, of course, in our group, we have already discussed, we've already settled with ourselves that participatory methods are very, very important in this situation. If I engage such people in participant observation, though in this kind of situation, it will take more than the time which is allotted for this fellowship, because you will need a season, a full season, to implement that, or even two, so that you can prove a point. But at least for a way of beginning, you could, that explanation I give without illustrating anything, stroke some sense in them. So if you could employ some participatory methodologies and at the same time employ the media to try to send some information to the air, I think it will start creating some feeling that a change needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, I'll respond to the question on macadamia in West Pokot. West Pokot County is an ASAL county in Kenya. And I've come here in Rwanda and I've seen some designs of some clothes that I feel like I should borrow. If something is good, you can borrow. And that is not a crime. And that is why I'm taking that, if macadamia can help those people in West Pokot improve on their malnutrition cases, why not borrow? It is not a crime, right? And then also, I want to give them the reason to produce, because we want sustainability. If I don't know how it feels to consume that macadamia, I might not even produce, but I want them to adopt so that they can produce that macadamia and incorporate it in their diet. And we are also encouraging diet diversity. We don't just get some nutrients or all nutrients in one food. We need to have a variety so that this one can cater for this one can cater for this one, and at the long run, we are food secure. And also, macadamia is a nut tree. I found it easier for you to have 2 trees than a whole plantain of groundnut. It is easier to manage 2 trees than the whole plantain of groundnuts. If drought decide to strike, you know, I'll have some little water for some 2 trees that comes from macadamia other than groundnuts. So groundnuts will come and substitute that time when macadamia is not producing. Another thing is macadamia storage. It can last for as long as 2 years without adding anything. It has a very hard shell. So when these people have macadamia amongst themselves, they are sure of food and nutrition security throughout the year.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mamati, and I'll answer the question by Harry. Thanks so much for that powerful question and interesting. So I think what we need to do is that we need to make communities aware of the interest of these international cooperation. For instance, we know that some of these international corporations are banned in their countries, like Monsanto and the buyer, whatever they're producing for the global South countries, but they cannot sell their products in their own countries because they know the effect of these of what they are doing. They know the effects of their products and what it causes on human health. And that's why you find that in Africa today, we have increasing cases of cancer. And this is a chain of the effects of capitalism. So you produce a poison to people, and then you have now to feed into the medical sector, which is also commercialized. So it's all linked to a chain of destruction of the African people, and people are not aware of this. And through our projects from my colleagues, we are going to work with indigenous grassroots movements, which are trying to push back against this commercialization of food system and commodification of food system. And most of these organizations are emphasizing something called food sovereignty. And when we talk about food sovereignty here, we mean that we emphasize on the people's rights to healthy, culturally appropriate, sustainable food, and to control their own food and agricultural systems. So through these projects, you heard we mentioned that we're gonna have the community hubs and digital hubs. So these community hubs will be learning centers for every particular community that we'll be working with, so that people are made aware of this. So once the community groups are aware of this, they'll be able now to even educate and spread the word. So the thing is, you know, they take advantage of our ignorance, and as one of my sister here said, that some of the things that, how are we gonna make it possible that that people don't admire the West. We have to expose the evils of the West. Once we expose the evil of the West, they'll start feeling superior about their own system and not feeling inferior about the knowledge and the system that is already existing in the community. And my colleague here gave a good example of the effect of pesticides. And I'll give this illustration. In most of our communities, for instance, where I come from, we have a lot of wild plants or wild fruits that grow around our surroundings. And we believe that if you don't see a bird eating fruit, you cannot eat that fruit, because it means that the bird tastes for you to know if it's appropriate for you to eat or not. So if you get a fruit that has no bird bite, then it's poisonous food, it's dangerous. So you don't experiment it with yourself. And I also give another example. If you go to a butchery and there are no flies at the butchery, that means that that meat is poisonous, right? And that's why the flies cannot eat. So we use simple messaging tools to ensure that our communities are able to know the impacts of these imposed food system on our community, impacts of the commodification, commercialization of products. And so, and I'll finish by also mentioning that with the emphasis on food sovereignty, it also means that the local communities have ownership of their seeds. Because as you know, most of the seeds that are coming from Montano and the buyer, they cannot, if you plant today and you harvest, you will not be able to plant again the same seed next year. You have to go again to them to buy the seed. Yeah? But our own indigenous food crops, you can harvest, put them somewhere in the kitchen and they're smoked, and then you'll be able to replant them later. And this kind of knowledge, our people know it. They have this knowledge, but it's just that because of our exposure to their knowledge system, we think that their knowledge system is better and ours is not better. So that will be my response to your question, Harry. Thank you so much.
Sorry, sir. Yes, I still want to add to the issue of methodology, because I think in the end of this exercise, the main highlights would be methodology. Like he said, there is still another example of factors that have arisen today that are becoming very dangerous to the sustainability of agricultural practices in our various communities. I will give you an example. There is this cultural practice among my own people that is called cooperative farming. We call it in our language, Humbe. cooperative farming. It means as we are here like this, today we'll go to his farm, tomorrow we'll go to her farm, tomorrow like that. And then we end up cultivating a very wide land, farmland, within a short period of time. Now they brought tractors, all right? So everybody feel that the machine have easing burden, but then these tractors have reduced one thing about among my people. Before now, we used to do rotational farming and cross cropping, in which in one farm you plant so many crops, and some are serving as nutrients to the others. So, but now with tractor, the land has been so well destroyed, such that it's even inviting erosion in our villages. And so you are not able to achieve that. Because the land is so becoming sterile, youths who are not even in school are not having anything to do, because if you don't have money to buy fertilizer, your farming is just in vain. So they'll begin to migrate to places, and you begin to hear stories of problems affecting them where they are. So if we are going to be talking to community people, bringing these examples to them, they are physical, they are practical examples. And so many of them already been affected. So we believe that it is a very practical approach that is going to assist us in achieving this goal.
Attention, il est 30, la OMI va intervenir, mais vous faites un commentaire et puis on termine. Hein? Il termine comme ça.
All right. So in the spirit of decolonizing agroecological systems and to buffer and strengthen the food systems in Africa, I would like to add on what my colleagues have already said and also respond to the question which was raised. So I think we need to call it a spade a spade. The statistics are showing that most of the African food system are very polluted. For example, one of the FAO reports, I think it's 2023 FAO reports, reflect that at least 40% of smallholder farmers, which constitute the largest percentage of farmers across the continent, are using a lot of chemicals. And we are seeing the impact of these things on the health systems. Now, in Kenya, I come from Kenya for that reason. In Kenya, some of the studies have been done and documented indigenous knowledge. For example, along the coastal Kaya areas, in Kitui areas, in Mbeere, some of the, counties, those who who know the geographic can point to that. And this knowledge has been used in other places to, strengthen the food system. Therefore, to just respond to that question where she was asking what are the ways, how will you convince these people, right? The statistics is already there showing. And also we can show the case studies outside there, which are really working for some of the regions and are being borrowed. In fact, Turkana, where the other study, where your study is, some of the concepts are being borrowed and tried in those areas if they can work. Thank you.
Yes, just a final one. Just want to highlight that in this hall, 150 of us, we are young people, right? We are the ambassadors of our agri-food system in our respective areas we are in. Thank you.
Alors, Lawami. Le micro-baladeur, s'il vous plaît. Qui détient le micro-baladeur?
Thank you. I just wanted to say something about, I think the food issue is really a big issue. And we might be talking about small things, but it's a big financial issue as well. And in the morning, Professor Afolayan talked about decolonizing his bedroom. I think we should decolonize what we are eating as well. And so I just wanted to react to the question about how do we convince these people to go back to indigenous knowledge and all those things. And for me, the first thing is try to tell them that they are going back and take out the going back expression in your convincing. Because for me, we don't have to go back. We can go forward with indigenous knowledge and use indigenous knowledge to go forward, adapt it to what we have right now, adapt it to our needs right now. Because it used to be that, you know, you produce crop for 50, 100 people. Now with the population, you need to produce crop for many more people. So how do you do that with, you know, the knowledge we have? How do you adapt that? So it's more about going forward with that knowledge and not going back. And if we can tell them that it's possible to go forward, I think that would be great. And the last thing I wanted to say is, I think it was Godwin, we said it the first day, is not to reinvent the wheel. And we currently have some centers, agricultural centers in Africa that use natural indigenous knowledge to do big things. I can give the example of Songhai Center in Benin, which is a great center, and Centre Songhai. And you visit and you see that they are doing really good things using indigenous strains, indigenous knowledge. There's another center also in Togo, which I forgot the name, but they are doing good things. So I think you can use that and show that it's possible to move from just doing research. And I think the only problem there is just the problem of scaling, because these centers have already showed that, you know, it's possible. So now it's more in terms of public policy at the national and African level. How do we scale that and show that, you know, we can use those knowledge to do something new? Thank you.
Beaucoup. Alors, merci pour vos questions, vos interventions. Merci aussi pour vos réponses. Je vous demande d'applaudir le groupe 12. C'est le groupe 12, hein? Voilà. Hein? 12. Ah, 14. Ma tête, là. Bon, voilà. Faut-il, merci. Alors, je ne sais pas s'ils doivent aussi attendre, hein, quand même. Voilà.
We have some gifts for you as well.
Voilà. On a grignoté quelques minutes sur le temps. Je crois maintenant, j'invite le groupe 2. Les membres du groupe 2, venez vous joindre à moi, s'il vous plaît.
So while the group get here, I just wanted to let those who haven't received their gift yesterday, that their gifts are here, and they can go back there and get their gifts. If they want a picture here, then they can come back at the end and we'll get the picture as well. Thank you.
pouvez commencer. Commencez, s'il vous plaît.
Good afternoon, House at large. In our mother language, Nyarwanda, we say Ngiriwe, and you respond to that, Ngiriwe neza. So I'm Divine, applaud one woman, and I have background in botany and conservation. And I'm deeply grateful to be an honorary Rwandan participant in Codisuria Court 1. And I sincerely thank my country for warmly welcoming and support this opportunity. Before welcoming Emmanuel to continue, I would like to share a short Kinyarwanda song, and we sing this song to welcome our guests and honor the country spirit hospitality. The song is called Abashitsi or Guest in English. So I wanna welcome my colleague to help me to sing. The song is called Guest or Abashitsi in Kinyarwanda. Twishimiye kwakira Rwanda kwakira twishimiye of my country, in Rwanda, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Masaka too. So, welcome Emmanuel to take our floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Divine. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to conduct a very quick survey. Please, I know you are tired. Don't try to sabotage our presentation, so just try to be honest. How many of us here have, in one way or the other, used traditional medicine any way to overcome disease or improve our lives? Just raise by hand. Please don't sabotage our work, please. All right, thank you very much. I think it's very evident to all of us here that traditional medicine still has a place in our communities. Over the past 2 decades, WHO has consistently reported that about 70 to 80% of the population still use traditional medicine as a means for their primary health care. So then I would appreciate that this exercise is just not for us to appreciate that we use traditional medicine, but to see beyond the boundary that traditional medicine can be the foundation for Africa health systems. And then to make utility of our presentation. My name is Emmanuel. With me here are my colleagues. We have fellows representing communities and countries across East Africa to West Africa. We have Nigeria, we have Kenya, and then we have a Horn of Africa, Somalia. And then we have the very unique one amongst us, the only Rwandan on this fellowship. And then we have myself from Ghana. Together, we are the Traditional Medicine Group, and our presentation this afternoon is themed Reviving Indigenous Healing Wisdoms. This particular theme captures how indigenous knowledge can advance. Yeah, it's not working. So this particular theme captures how indigenous wisdom can advance health, biodiversity, and inclusive development across Africa. We believe that our work actually embodies the spirit of AFRIAK in the sense that it enables co-creation of knowledge with indigenous communities, learning from these communities, trying to position Africa indigenous wisdom as the foundation for Africa's future. Next slide. The common goal of our work is to strengthen indigenous knowledge systems for health, biodiversity, and inclusive development across Africa. The communities we represent, the goal again, to strengthen indigenous knowledge systems for health, biodiversity, and inclusive development across the communities we represent from Africa. We started off by systematically reviewing each other's concept notes. And in the process, one thing kept tintinnabulating in our minds. How can traditional medicine bridge the past, the present, and the future? This guiding concept actually helped us appreciate our reflections on our experiences with regards to traditional medicine. I would allow my colleague to come walk us through the methodology we employed in our work, the key findings, and where we intersect in terms of our team, and how we are going to create new pathways for collaboration.
Collaborative AFRIAK proposal from 4 West African, 3 East African, and 1 Horn of Africa. Somalia. Thematic intersection in health, indigenous knowledge and biodiversity, participatory visual design, emphasis on decolonial ethics, inclusivity and youth development, shared recommendation and publication pathways. Our key findings and peer review. We had our strengths, we had our weaknesses, and recommendations. Our strengths were grounded in indigenous medical science and community knowledge, strong participatory community engaged, research methods, inclusion of women, youths, and research methods, and research practice, generational transfer of indigenous knowledge and the weaknesses, need for clear articulation of indigenous knowledge frameworks, some proposal too broad for the fellowship timeline, unclear observations of unclear objective and weak problem statements. Recommendations. We had clear objectives, our strengths, collaboration structure among fellows, incorporate appropriate ethical principles, use of appropriate data to back claims. Our common concept notes. We had the health and healing systems, biodiversity and climate resilience, community resilience, knowledge documentation and digital innovation. Collaboration opportunities. Joint ethnobotanical mapping and digital archiving across various regions, co-authored publication, shared fieldwork from indigenous knowledge amongst us, collaborative organized community workshop and exhibition. Policy impact and potential impact. Our policy proposal was integrated in indigenous knowledge into public health, biodiversity, and education policies. Establish community-led digital archives and medical knowledge. Support herbal farming, cooperatives and led by youth and women. Develop ethical guidance for indigenous knowledge, use of EPIC and IP rights. We had our impact flow, which is the knowledge, the documentation, policy integration, socio-economical transformation, and community co-creation. Publication and knowledge sharing. We had a proposed joint title, which is Co-Creating Healing Features, Ubuntu, Indigenous Knowledge and Biodiversity from Codesra Africa Fellowship and Network. Our target journals, Codesra Bulletin, Indigenous Knowledge System Journal, African Studies and Research Forum. Our group publication. Knowledge has been brought and knowledge will be shared. The knowledge will not die within Ghana, Kenya, Somalia, Rwanda, and Nigeria. So we have to share this knowledge. The end game is publication. To disseminate information gained, we have to share this information out. And the reference attached were gotten from literatures consulted. Conclusion. Indigenous knowledge is not in the past. It is Africa's future. Together, we reaffirm our commitment to decolonizing Africa research, empowering communities, and transforming health systems through indigenous knowledge. Thank you, Kodeshra. Thank you, AFRIAK. Thank you, MasterCard. This is my teammates. We have Emmanuel from Ghana. We have Belle from Kenya. We have Damilola from Nigeria. Mohammed from Somalia. Nsere from Nigeria. Divine from Rwanda. The only Rwanda they have, if I may say. And Ruth from Nigeria. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, j'invite le discutant, la discutante.
Thank you, Group 2, for your wonderful presentation. I really commend the presentation. So let me start with the strength of your concept notes. You have strong understanding of IKS system and their significance in healthcare, just like you said, traditional healthcare system. Then your emphasis on co-creation shows alignment with participatory research principles. Then you have clear structure of your concept notes. Then it aligns with the AFRIAK objectives and the time frame. But as we all know that there's no perfect research, even after publication, when we take it up again, we still see some areas we need to improve on. So the first thing I would like to say is that you need to be specific in your research questions. Then you should streamline your research scope. Just like one of my supervisors will say, you can't solve the problem of the world at a go. So just take a fraction. Then another thing you need to improve on is in the area of your methodology. Then make your concept note to be grounded in empirical studies. Then what are the insights from your concept notes? I realized that it was delved into indigenous knowledge as involving and locally grounded epistemology, which can inform modern healthcare and biodiversity conservation. Then the second point I want to talk about is the connection to broader IK debates, indigenous knowledge debates. This presentation from your concept note resonates with the ongoing debates on decolonizing research and recognizing IKS as a legitimate science. I want to commend you for that as well. Also, it also contributes to the discussion on epistemic justice that is challenging the Western way of thinking, and let's begin to think in the African way. So the questions I would like you to reflect on. Firstly, I'd like you to reflect on this question that how can policy frameworks balance scientific validation of traditional medicine with respect to spiritual and cultural dimension of healing? Okay, yes, okay. I said, how can your policy frameworks balance scientific validation of traditional medicine with respect for spiritual and cultural dimensions of healing? Is it clear? Okay, let me move on to my second question I want you to reflect on. Okay, we talked about digitalization of IKS. So now, after digitalization, how will this benefit the indigenous people who have no access to technologies? How will it benefit them? Then my third question is, just like you presented that you are the traditional healer group, so I'd like to also ask, how will you ensure the authenticity of the traditional healer? Let me use a case study from Nigeria now. Many people call themselves, they use apps to treat people, but you end up falling victims in their hands. So how do you ensure the authenticity of this? Thank you.
OK, merci beaucoup pour ces observations et ces questions. Alors, je crois qu'il y a 3 questions qui vous sont posées. Mais avant de vous donner la parole et aller vers le public, je reviens sur cette question de numérisation des connaissances endogènes. En 2005, il y a eu un grand débat à Tombouctou entre les Tombouctiens, les habitants de Tombouctou, et les Français. Nous étions dans un colloque. Vous connaissez que À Tombouctou, il y a beaucoup d'archives. Hein. C'est vraiment une ville où il y a beaucoup d'archives, même des archives privées et publiques, tout ça. Alors, vers le dernier jour de cette rencontre-là, je crois le 21, on a fait 2 ou 3 semaines, les Français ont demandé aux Tombouctiens la permission de numériser les archives, même privées ou bien publiques. Alors, apparemment, moi, je crois que c'était une affaire facile. Lorsque les Tombouctiens se sont réunis, ils ont refusé, ils ont dit non, on ne peut pas numériser les archives de Tombouctou, nos archives. La raison avancée, c'est que si vous numérisez ces archives, eh bien, les touristes ne viendront plus à Tombouctou. Quand les archives viennent, les touristes viennent à Tombouctou parce qu'il y a ces archives. Ils viennent les étudier, les connaître, tout ça. Si vous les numérisez, du coup, on va les mettre sur les plateformes, donc vous n'allez plus venir ici. Donc, tout le monde aura accès à ces archives. Alors, finalement, jusqu'à la fin, les Français ne les ont pas convaincus et le colloque a pris fin comme ça. Et donc, cette question est restée comme ça. Mais quelques années plus tard, je crois 10 ans après, il y a eu guerre à Tombouctou et beaucoup de ces archives ont été finalement détruites par les terroristes. Aujourd'hui, je me dis, à l'époque, j'avais soutenu la position de Tombouctiens qui disaient que non, il ne faut pas les numériser. Moi, si j'ai dit oui, il ne faut pas les numériser parce que ça, c'est la colonisation, il ne faut pas. Mais quand on les a détruits, je me suis dit, mais finalement, est-ce que j'avais raison ou je n'avais pas raison? Vous voyez, c'est vraiment une question très importante, mais il faut la prendre avec beaucoup de délicatesse. Il faut numériser, oui, jusqu'à quel point on peut le faire, c'est une question vraiment très importante. Alors, merci. Il y a 3 questions. Essayez d'y répondre d'abord, et puis après ça, nous allons passer la parole aux participants. Alors, qui prend la parole?
Thank you so much for your critique. I'll handle question 3. How to identify the authenticity of traditional healers. I think this is not something really difficult to identify in African setup, because to be a traditional healer is not only a skill, it's a spirit. And in my Luo, I come from Kenya in a community known as the Luo community. We call it Juogi. It is something that is in you that nobody cannot take from you. And identify the healers, we will see from them healing people. That's one thing we can help us identify them by healing people, by performing practices that we can identify as the healers, and also how they carry out themselves. I mean, if you're a healer here, if you're a traditional healer, you are definitely separate from anyone within us. If I'm a traditionalist and there's something that I do perfectly, it will definitely put me, I'll be different from the rest of the people. So that's how we are going to identify. We are going to talk to people, identify those that are healed, and also just observing. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's working, I think. My name is Mohammed. I want to take the first question, I think, which talks about the policy framework and how can we balance and framework. Yeah. Okay. How can we balance the framework and policy framework in traditional medicine and cultural dimension, especially in according to the spirituality? And the first thing is we're going to establish legal and institutional recognition, like formal recognition. The first step, we're going to establish formal recognition of traditional and cultural medicine in national health policies. And that gives healers and cultural practitioners as a legal identity and defines their role within the healthcare system. Example, Minister of Health, we can create, I used to work in Minister of Health and back in Somalia. So we can do traditional medicine units or councils to oversee registration, licensing, and collaboration. The second thing we're gonna do is integrating traditional practice into public health system. Like policies often promote collaborative healthy and delivery models, where traditional and modern practitioners share knowledge or refer patients to one another. And like some frameworks include traditional medicine in primary health care plans. The third thing we're gonna do is like to balance framework between traditional medicine and cultural dimension is setting standards and safety guidelines. We will do like policy frameworks that introduce quality assurance and ethical guidelines for traditional medicine, such as testing herbal products for safety and dosage. And the I think the next question is how can we digitalize our project, which is beneficial? How can we benefit for and help healers directly from our work? And we can involve like acknowledge them in publication and channel project outcomes like training or archiving backward to their communities. We also will do like equity and recognition are our ethical foundation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful questions. I'm going to try to add to what my colleague just said. We appreciate the gap between what we are going to produce and the local communities. And I think we've already highlighted that that's one of the weaknesses for scholars or academicians like us. The digitalization has its limits when it comes to how it directly connects to the communities. That's from how educated they are and how they can access the information. Part of the output of our work is to share all this information with the communities. So I'll give you an example. In my space of work, it is very important that once we are done with the research, we carry it back to the community. And you will see that when you're able to carry this information to the communities, actually there should be some educated people amongst them. They're able to appreciate, for instance, a research on moringa. I know everybody knows moringa here, the miracle tree. There was a community called Savilugu. There's a community in Tamale, northern Ghana, called Savilugu. We were able to conduct a research to sell that moringa can actually do well in the northern part of Ghana. You will see that the land is very arid. It doesn't really support some cash crops. But the research on moringa, when we carried it to Savilugu, they began practicing things like intercropping. So when they have their farms, they'll plant the moringa in it. And this is one way they can appreciate. So when you're able to deliver the work to them, they can appreciate. But I would acknowledge the very huge gap when it comes to the digital platforms. But this digital platform is going to create a very big connection between academicians who research into medicinal plants. Like the previous group came up here, they wanted to look at the pharmacological activities or properties of some medicinal plants. This is the perfect grounds for search. Our work would add a bit of storytelling when we are digitalizing our work. And that storytelling would help us when we are doing our academic writing. If you want to determine the pharmacological properties of Cryptolepis sanguinolenta, this plant is a very special plant to West Africa, by the way. You will never find it anywhere in the Western land. This plant has been used over 100 years to treat malaria and some impossible diseases like hepatitis B. Please, this is arguable. If you want to have this discourse, we can have it. There's research backing it. So, yes, I think that's enough of the digitalization. Let me quickly touch on how to ensure authenticity with the traditional healers. We discussed this issue thoroughly, and as I would say, there are gaps. But there are some countries, and I would cite my country, I think we've made progress with that. We have legislation that actually allows traditional people to operate, to augment the modern system. And what happens is that if you are not registered with the GAFTRAM, that's the Ghana Federation for Traditional Medical Practitioners, if you're not registered with them, you cannot operate. And if you are seen operating, you are going to be arrested. If you want to talk about how effective that is, obviously for every legislation there are issues. Yes, you still find people hawking around. So at the end of the day, the decision has to do with you, the individual. Make informed decisions as to the people you are going to contact when it comes to seeking individual health from traditional persons. But I think in our discussion, my colleagues appreciated that as well. And whatever they are going to do in their home countries, the policy briefs they will present to the agencies and institutions, this will be one of them. Thank you.
Je crois que maintenant, on peut passer aux questions venant de l'auditoire. Oui, allez-y.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Sandra from Cameroon, and thank you so much for your presentation on traditional healers. When you talked about traditional healers, I think that's a generalized name because we have different people in that field. We have herbalists, soothsayers, psychics and mediums, traditional surgeons, bone doctors, all of them in that field. So can you be more specific about the kind of traditional healers you're talking about? Now, when we have conventional healthcare, for example, I need to go to the hospital for to conduct maybe a test for them to tell me I need to see the gynecologist, the ophthalmologist, or this and that. With traditional healers, how do you make the decision to know who to visit? Like if you're having a headache, how do you know if you're supposed to see a soothsayer, a diviner, a herbalist, or a faith healer? So can you try to situate us on that within your work? And you said there's a drug or there's some herbs that cures or helps for hepatitis B. How do you know you're suffering from hepatitis B to take that particular drug? Thank you.
Oui, ici.
Thank you very much. I've been willing to ask this question. You are lucky. I will give you the question. There is this issue about information grabbing and idea theft. I came across it sometime in 2023 on the field. So it also relates to traditional healing. So I went to interview a gentleman who, in their own association of traditional herbalists, they have agreed they don't want to talk to all these research people again because they are into information grabbing. They are into idea theft. So he gave me an example that, look, you people who come from MacArthur Foundation, you will come from all these funding agencies from US and all of that, and they will come and collect information and you run away with it. You just go and give them. They start processing it for different reasons and we never see them again. We never see you yourself again. We are no longer interested. If you confront that kind of situation, how are you going to go about it?
Okay. Oui.
Hello. So my question is this: for premix, the whole idea of indigenous knowledge is to decolonize most of the Western knowledge that we have. So my question is on the methodology which you guys talked about, which is on the peer review. So if indigenous knowledge systems are context bound and is not replicable by Western scientific standard, how does your methodology claim peer review validation without reproducing colonial epistemic hierarchies? Because if validation is still on the framework of the peer review, I want to know how you guys, how the decolonization comes in. Is it just by rhetorics or is by method?
Thank you very much, Group 2, for that insightful and interesting presentation. My name is Mosam Jonathan from Lesotho. And my question is, how do you plan to disseminate your findings in a way that will be socially acceptable
given the bad reputation of most traditional healers in African communities, as we know that they are mostly associated with witchcraft? Thank you.
Question et puis on leur donne la parole d'abord. S'il y a une question dans ça.
Good afternoon. I have a question on the, actually, maybe it's just me. I didn't get what are your individual focus, like as individuals, what are your focuses? And then how then you break it down to coming to the common theme that you have. Because I've seen like on the slides, there was a slide that showed the health and healing systems, then biodiversity and climate resilience, and then community resilience and gender inclusion, and then knowledge and knowledge documentation and digitalization. I didn't get it in the sense that you've just come with the traditional healing. So how does all of your topics like the biodiversity, the gender inclusion, the knowledge documentation, how does it contribute to what you have chose to focus on the traditional healing and reviving it? And also on the collaboration opportunities, you've said like you'll have a collaboration by collaboratively organizing community workshop and exhibitions. I wanted to know, will you be doing this as individuals in your countries, or will you be moving as a group to each one's countries doing that, the workshop and the exhibitions? And also you said like you're going to do a visual design as a group. I want to know or a clarity on the output of that visual design. What are you going to do? The illustrative diagrams or whatever. What is that output? Thank you.
Ok, merci. On arrête d'abord à ce niveau. Et qui va réagir? Il y a déjà 5 ou 6 questions qui vont poser.
Based on that, there is some impact. Not saying Western medicine is bad and should not be. We are advocating for a collaboration. I mean, you want a context where two can exist. You can either choose to go for traditional medicine or you go for Western medicine. So on the basis of diagnosis, if we have traditional medicine and Western medicine existing together, we could have a transfer system whereby when someone is sick, the person could go for diagnosis in the Western lab, and then when diagnosis is out, you can choose to either take Western medicine or traditional medicine. Thank you.
Okay, I wanna arise I wanna answer the questions. We talk about the colonizing. And we will do like what we call FPIC, which is free barrier and informed consent. And also we will do like community co-creation. Our research will talk about the community co-creation. What is our main objective about the ethical data stewardship, which principally is ensuring our approach respected indigenously and autonomy, and also we will prevent the extraction or misuse of local knowledge. And my last question that I want to answer is dissemination. How can we disseminate our research for our community? And it will involve we will involve healers as co-researchers. They will work with us, and healers will work with us as co-researchers. We will acknowledge them in publication, and we will channel and project outcome. We'll channel them in our project outcomes, like training on our thesis. Thank you.
I'm Jonah from Kenya, and I would also like to add on the question. I would like to give the Kenyan context. In the Kenyan context, whenever the government or generally whenever you have health that you'd like to disseminate to the community, we have the community health volunteers. So these ones are arranged in the Nyumbakumi system where 10 different health are grouped into one, and there's one community health volunteer who's taught on how to manage everything from malaria to coughs and diarrhea, so that people don't have to go to the hospital all the time. So in this aspect, for dissemination, we would like to recruit such people, the community health volunteers, be able to teach them on other ways and indigenous methods. Also, to add to that, behavioral change is gradual. So we can't say that we will wake up as Africa one day and accept herbal medicine immediately as not witchcraft. It will be gradual. And with that, this will be our starting point. Thank you.
Just to add a bit on the dissemination process, considering the cultural protocol, we also come in the ways of using podcasts, storytelling apps, and organizing even digital museum just to disseminate all these information and practices gathered concerning traditional healing. Thank you.
Sarah Dabaga from Nigeria. I'd like to address the issue on when we are being confronted with refusals from community members. First of all, I'd like to share that I had an experience a while back on the field. I was conducting a study on malaria, and then when I got to the community, some people told me, no, we're sorry, we can't tell you anything because nobody hears from you after that. And somehow I had to find a way to convince them that, okay, no, I'm not the same. I will come back with information on the findings. So, and which I kept to. So afterwards, I was able to, those people who asked, I went back to the community, I told them, oh, this was what I found out. And I think that my ability to do that might pave way for others who come after me. That when they don't, researchers keep to their word, they'll be able to keep them subsequently, I mean, for others. So that's what I think is possible. It starts with us as individuals. How truthful are we? Do we go back to the communities when we gather this information from them? So if we're able to set that pace, I think that's what we're trying to achieve. Other researchers coming after us will not have to face such kind of a challenge. Thank you.
Vous n'avez pas répondu à une question. Il y a, et je crois, une participante qui a posé une question là. Elle a semblé dire qu'il y a un décalage entre le thème central que vous évoquez, la guérison, et la plupart des thèmes que vous avez évoqués, comme s'il y avait un décalage entre les deux. Si j'ai bien compris sa question.
Chair, please, we have a big challenge here. I think usually you would take 3 questions from the crowd, but we had almost 7 to 8 questions. So we are a little bit lost out. So if you can allow those who have not had their questions answered to redress, if not, we are struggling here. Thank you.
Let him hold it first.
Mais ce n'est pas une excuse, hein. Vous êtes au nombre de 10. Nous avons beaucoup de questions, vous devez être en mesure de les prendre, n'est-ce pas? Bon, elle reprend sa question.
Hello. My question was, I didn't catch, actually, you guys did not, I think maybe it's just me. I didn't hear what are your individual focuses, and then how did you come to just studying on the traditional healing? Like, how did you get to that, and how are your individual focuses going to contribute to that? What you have chosen to focus on? And my other question was about the workshop. I want to know how practical that is. Like, will you guys be moving between each other's countries, or will you be doing individually in your own countries? Like, I want to know, like you said, that is your point of a collaboration. So I want to know on that. And I also want a clarification on the visual design. What are you going to do? What is that? What is it?
Ah, merci. C'est bien, ça va maintenant.
I think I can answer about Induction. We have virtual systems that we can use. We have Google Meet, we have Zoom that we can use to collaborate. Our partners can join in virtually. So that's what we're planning to do at the moment. But in case we have better funding, we can always move around. We're free.
Hello. Yeah, just on the workshops, I want to clarify. We are looking at new ways to collaborate. So I don't know if you got it right, but aside trying to disseminate information to communities, we are looking at how we can extend our relationship after Corteseria. So those virtual workshops are workshops that are going to make us meet as a group and also invite people who are interested in the commonalities in our research we are doing. For instance, one of the senior members mentioned that we are going to not work alone, but we're teaching assistants. All right, so everything we are doing as a group would continue after here, in the sense that what she's doing, I would have knowledge in it, so I can serve as an advisor or I can improve upon her work. So that's the clarification on that part. And then somebody mentioned that what is the meaning of traditional medicine? What does it mean in totality? Please, I appreciate that that's a very smart question. But let's clarify that when we say in our scope, based on what we are doing, traditional medicine is limited to plant medicine, animal medicine, and mineral medicine. Yes. Information theft. Please, that question wasn't really clear, but let me see if I can give information on that. We are looking at trying to decolonize practices, indigenous practices, to be precise. We want to bridge a gap where, for instance, the Westerners have given us too much information on our resources. So I mentioned a plant. I don't know how many of you knew that plant, but that plant has been well studied outside Africa, Cryptolepis sanguinolenta. This plant is a West African plant, all right? So then what we want to do is to provide local information on that plant, including indigenous names, all right? The story behind the plant, how it is used. You wouldn't find that on the internet. So we are basically building a gallery of indigenous plants so that we can also appreciate. So in our write-ups, we can always have that kind of story. And I think that's one way of selling our indigenous resources. I don't know if that is enough for the question, but that is what I can provide for that particular question. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Alors, nous avons à peu près 5 minutes. S'il y a une question dans la salle, juste une question ou deux, on les prend et puis ils réagissent et puis on va s'arrêter à ce niveau. S'il y a une ou deux questions, apparemment il n'y a plus de questions. Oui.
Thank you for your presentation of your concept note. Given that we've, in previous occasions, asked a couple of tough policy questions, I'd also like to pose one to the group. In the case of these indigenous medicines, one assumes that when one is doing this decolonial work, you would want to protect the intellectual property rights of the indigenous practitioners and the communities from which this knowledge derives. But if one understands how intellectual property works, intellectual property rights are never usually given to communities. They're given to sole individuals. How would you get around that? Thank you.
Une dernière question. Oui, allez-y.
Merci au groupe pour la brillante présentation. Et ma question, je voudrais savoir, nous savons que la science moderne a prouvé ces insuffisances. Bon, que ce soit dans le domaine de la médecine, de l'agriculture, de l'éducation, etc. La science moderne a prouvé ces insuffisances. Et nous, les Africains, nous voulons retourner au savoir endogène, les savoirs ancestraux de nos grands-parents. Maintenant, la question est-ce que ces savoirs endogènes auxquels nous voulons retourner maintenant sont-elles en mesure de remplacer la science dans notre vie quotidienne? En termes d'agriculture, est-ce que les pratiques culturelles et endogènes peuvent-elles remplacer les pratiques scientifiques? En termes de médecine, est-ce que la médecine traditionnelle peut-elle remplacer la médecine moderne? Maintenant, peut-être que vous allez nous parler d'une intégration des deux. Est-ce que la science moderne et les savoirs endogènes peuvent vraiment-ils être intégrés sans que les deux ne perdent leur essence même? Voilà ma question.
Merci. Je crois que vous pouvez réagir à ces deux questions que nous allons clôturer cette séance.
Traditional medicine or traditional practice not come to entire place Western medicine. We are seeking integration because we understand that there are still places of insufficiency in Western medicine and traditional medicine. I'll give you an example. In West Africa, Nigeria, where I come from, when a woman is pregnant, about to take it. There are times where several complications come up because there are several cultural things that should be done in that process that have not been done. And so if you don't get those things done, that woman remains there. She induces her, she doesn't go into labor, and successful intervention against the might take her into theater and open her up and things. But we are saying before we get to the point where you have how about so that either transfer to the other. So in the process where it's not measured, transfer to Western. Because like I said earlier, stuff is very sensitive. Anything.
Hello. Okay, thank you. I want to answer the first question, which talks about like how can we obtain individual rights? And the first thing that we want to go and do is we will obtain free barrier and informed consent, which means FPIC. The person or individual has a right to say yes or no. What we're gonna do and take as an FTS or interviewing or taking the data. And we will not push anybody to interview or take part of the research. The other thing we're gonna do is like we ensure community ownership of and knowledge of the data. And one of the important things that we're gonna do is our research will focus about the community and co-creation, community co-creation, or what we call our Ubuntu. So our research will base on upon our community. The community will create, or the community that will go and they act as like for researchers. They will work with us. So we don't push them to like individual rights. We will know there's no any bias. They will take part with us. Thank you so much.
Just to add to what my colleagues are saying. See, the issue looks simple, but it's quite complicated. If you look at the population dynamics, maybe you and I are privileged to be in cities. There are a very huge number of people in local communities
who do not have access to modern medicine. All right. So what we are doing we cannot replace modern medicine. We cannot, but we are providing grounds for people who do not have access to modern medicine to also have that kind of equality when it comes to access to good health. All right. So the fundamentals we are creating is a starting point for further research. All right. So when we talk about the medicinal plant farming too, which you raised, very important. It isn't part of our work, but I think it's good you mentioned something like that. We have crops in Africa that can also be considered when we are looking at the bigger picture for agriculture. If you go to many countries in West Africa, the cash crops are shea, cocoa, name them. But we actually have potent medicinal plant that even the Westerners need. So when we said this fundamental, what it means is that our people, like the moringa situation I gave earlier, can actually adopt these things to augment or complement other cash crops. So the future on the economic level is also very big. Thank you for asking that question.
Merci beaucoup. Comme vous l'avez remarqué depuis le matin, nous avons eu de très belles présentations. Les 4 groupes qui sont passés aujourd'hui nous ont livré des prestations que je trouve très performantes, très intéressantes. Franchement, d'abord, d'applaudir le groupe, le travail qu'ils font. Alors, mais aussi l'auditoire, parce que les questions, la qualité des questions que vous avez posées, ont poussé nos membres, voilà, à aussi le niveau du débat aujourd'hui. Merci donc à tous les 4 groupes qui sont passés. Je n'oublie pas ce matin, vous-même et ceux qui vous ont précédé. Je crois nous avons 2 ou 3 minutes pour qu'on puisse vous distribuer aussi des cadeaux. Parce que, voilà, je crois que la famille est là déjà. Moi, j'arrête à ce niveau.
Thank you. So it's Christmas time. It's time. Well, you can start by coming here for the picture, and you'll get your gift. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Jack, for assuming the role all day long, the facilitator role. So here we are at the end of Wednesday. Tomorrow we starting the morning with the presentation from the intellectual hubs. And I'm really encouraging you to be here on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. In the meantime, after the presentation, I will announce the groups That's coming after the break, the tea break in the morning. Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock here. Thanks.